नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाओ दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाओ दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पर नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसर और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाओ दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पर नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसर और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डाइवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डाइवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाओ दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसर और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डाइवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डाइवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाव दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसर और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाव दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसर और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है, उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाओ दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसर और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है, उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाओ दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाओ दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश, निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है, उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाओ दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश, निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है, उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाव दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाव दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता
से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाओ दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। 90 से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाव दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाव दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाओ दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। 90 से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाओ दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाओ दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाओ दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डाइवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डाइवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाव दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डाइवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डाइवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाव दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D प्रिंटिंग, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक फूड ट्रक, वेस्ट टू वाव दीवार और वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया मैस्कट ने सभी का आश्वासन किया। विशिष्ट खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का अब है इंतजार। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के क्षेत्र में भारत की तीव्र गति को नजर रखते हुए इस सनराइज सेक्टर पर प्रकाश डाला वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 ने, जहां वैश्विक खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग का समागम हुआ, जहां अवसरों और बहुलता का देश भारत विश्व की वर्ल्ड बास्केट बनने की राह पे अग्रसर देश निवेश के लिए एक प्रकाश स्तंभ बना। इस कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा किया गया, जिन्होंने खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग के दृष्टिकोण को साझा किया।
फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है जिसमें भारत ने अप्रत्याशित वृद्धि न दर्ज की हो। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में जितनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता है, उतनी ही खाद्य विविधता, फूड डायवर्सिटी भी है। हमारी ये फूड डायवर्सिटी दुनिया के हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक डिविडेंड है।
इन 3 दिनों में नवाचार और नेटवर्किंग का जादुई संयोजन हुआ। 60,000 वर्ग मीटर में फैले पवेलियंस के माध्यम से 1200 से अधिक प्रदर्शकों ने अपनी शानदार उपलब्धियों का प्रदर्शन किया। वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 शोकेस, कनेक्ट और कोलैबोरेट करने का आदर्श मंच सिद्ध हुआ। नब्बे से अधिक देशों की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट दृष्टिकोण की मिसाल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 में देश के हर कोने से भागीदार शामिल हुए। संपूर्ण मूल्य श्रृंखला अपनी संपूर्ण महिमा में प्रदर्शित की गई। यहाँ का एक खास आकर्षण था खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय का पवेलियन, जहां आधुनिकतम टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस 3D खंड ऐसे क्षेत्रों पर केंद्रित थे जिन्होंने उत्कृष्ट वृद्धि की है। 75 क्षेत्रीय व्यंजनों और 200 खानसामाओं के साथ एक अनूठा फूड स्ट्रीट एक और प्रमुख आकर्षण था, जहां दर्शकों को लाइव कुकिंग का अनुभव मिला। नए बंधन बनाए गए ताकि एक शानदार और समृद्धिशील भविष्य सुनिश्चित हो। भारत के माननीय राष्ट्रपति की उपस्थिति में इस समारोह का समापन हुआ। नई ऊंचाइयों को छूते हुए प्रसंस्करण से समृद्धि की इस यात्रा के कारण वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2023 वैश्विक घटनाओं के कैलेंडर के मंच पर एक स्थायी पात्र बन चुका है। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग द्वारा प्रेरित इतिहास के पन्नों पे नया इतिहास रचते हुए हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ेंगे और विकसित देशों से कंधा मिलाकर भारत नई बुलंदियां हासिल करेगा। इस इवेंट में शामिल होने वाले सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद और एक अतुलनीय वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया 2024 का
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Now we'll be starting with the third knowledge session of the conclave, which would be on scaling up of the startup business as well as financial modeling for the startups. The session will be moderated by Mr. Hardik Karga, investment professional, Sundarban Funds. The session comprises of panelists from SBI, Ms. Jaya Kumari, Head Agri APC, Mr. Sanket, founder Scandalous Foods and representative of TIE Mumbai, and Mr. Varun Gupta, partner KS Gupta and Associates. Now I would like to give mic to Hardik.
Good. So, welcome everyone today for making it here. I'm just gonna ask, get a sense from the room. How many of you guys are founders here? Okay, and how many of you are from the government? Quite healthy mix. And any bankers in the room other than Jaya? Hi. Cool. We have a very pretty healthy mix of people in the room today. Everybody talks about startups and how to start from there. So I'm going to start from Sanket. You have a very old family business into food. Could you help us with your journey, how you landed up from the first thing to today, what are you doing now?
So thanks Hardik, and thank you for having me on the panel along with Jaya and Varun. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's lovely to see you all here despite all the external circumstances. And जब हार्दिक ने founders का पूछा तो I loved the variance in age group of the founders. So it's amazing to be here in such energy. So Hardik, coming to your question, so a small correction. So my family business is not the food business. My family business is financial services. I was the outlier in the family who started a food business. So I have been in the food space for 12 plus years now. I founded Urban Spice in 2011, grew it to make it one of the larger food OOH companies in India. OOH, for people who don't know, is out of home services. So when you eat food outside of your home, but not at a restaurant, when you eat food at an event, at a music event, at a cricket event, at a theater, that is out of home services. So we've done food at 2,000 plus events across 14 cities in India, sold 10 million plus meals. And then I finally sold Urban Spice in October 2019 to a larger food curator based out of Noida, interestingly. And and post that exit, I was dabbling with what to do next in the industry. And during the pandemic, we also did a house of brands cloud kitchen business along with Sanjay, who sold Scootsy to Swiggy. And so while that didn't fly for us because then the second wave of the pandemic came, we eventually founded Scandalous Foods in August 22. So we realized that the post-meal consumption of sweets is a huge opportunity, and that's a complete white space. India में उसको कोई tap नहीं कर रहा है, बाहर से chocolates आके tap कर रही है उसको. So we realized that I mean, that was a great opportunity, and that's how we basically started Scandalous Foods. I've been doing Scandalous Foods for 14 months now, and it's been a phenomenal journey. We've sold 2 million plus of sweets already and done some phenomenal business. And yeah.
So I think we're gonna add this a few questions here. Let's take a little step back to your previous journey, because that's a success story also has a lot of hardship stories. So what are the few challenges? Right now it's kind of too early to comment a lot of challenges, but what are the few challenges that you thought were a bit difficult and could have made or break your company journey? Something from product to legal to financial.
So yeah, Hardik. When I was fortunately, when I started Urban Spice out of Powai in Bombay. और तब पवाई ना was like touted as the Silicon Valley of India, right? तब सब startups 2014 phase में पवाई से आ रहे थे, all from your housing.com to Hola Chef to Shadowfax of the world, all of these guys were coming out of there. तो तब शाम को there was this bar called Sunny Bar where all the startups used to meet, and वहाँ पे एक joke था कि हम founders को पहले पैंट पहननी पड़ती है फिर अंडरवेयर पहननी पड़ती है because we are all superman. मतलब and that was the joke among startups. So startup journey is all about challenges, all about embracing challenges. So it's all about being perseverant, right? मतलब आप अगर challenges से डरते जाओगे मतलब तो दुनिया आगे नहीं बढ़ेगी. Like today at whatever stage of the startup you are and you think कि आज आपको जो problem है वो बड़ा है, तो जब आप scale होगे आपको उससे 10x बड़ा problem आपको face करना पड़ेगा. So I don't think you really need to worry about the challenges.
Case studies.
So I mean
So you're OH player. Any event where something went wrong, something like how do you manage that whole process? Because with food, it's an experience, and especially the B2C, B2B in regardless, experience becomes category challenging.
So what comes at the top of my head was I remember there was this one event where we were told, it was a catering event where we were told that there are going to be about 550 people there, and 1,300 people ended up coming. So you go with a buffer of 10%. You don't go with a buffer of 300%. Yeah. So and it was crazy how we managed because the crowd doesn't know, the organizers have hidden that from us, right? So it was crazy how we had managed that because आप रात को 9 बजे लोगों को भूखा नहीं देख सकते हो. तो मतलब जो जुगाड़ से वहाँ पे सब रेडी हुआ है, जो पीछे बैकएंड पे चला है, वो मतलब कुछ अलग ही लेवल पे था. Then there were many things. We were doing sunburn. Sunburn में मतलब there is on an average a crowd of 20,000 people, and interestingly क्योंकि आप इलेक्ट्रिक बत्तीज यूज करते हो क्योंकि गैस काफी जगह बंद हो गए, सब सेटअप हो गया था, डीसी जेन सेट ही नहीं आया था. So how that. So yeah, there are many incidences. Some incidences you don't want to really talk on the platform. You generally talk about it offline, so it becomes easier to talk about them offline.
Sorry. Okay, I'm going to take the question now to Varun, because we heard a question on managing working capital, and you work with a lot of startup founders in this space. So how's your journey with the food space founders? You work more in the food space founders. Some of your experiences.
Thanks, Hardik, for the question. Good morning to everybody, and thank you, Ministry, for such a good platform to have this discussion. I think, Hardik, I'll just rephrase that question. When you're saying working capital, I'm talking more about, the whole financial management of any company. We're calling startups here, particularly food startups. Today, with the kind of, atmosphere that is there for young businesses, startups, like we all like to call them, because they're innovative. That is where, any business gets differentiated from a startup is their etc. So they go beyond, they think out of the box, and that is how we brand them as a startup. So if we drill down to the fundamentals of a financial model, that's the whole topic of discussion, and what are the principles with which they should manage their finance. Today, that realization of profitability has come in. So when when they are projecting their financial budgets and their plans to maybe the investors or even the ministry for certain schemes and programs, the whole business plan has to show viability, and it has to show with scale how the business will self-sustain and be a winner for all stakeholders. So if we start from basic profitability, the businesses of today, be it food businesses, marketing spend is something which is now very sort of open area which everybody discusses, because to grow at that pace, marketing spend is something which will come in and create a problem during the course of the business. Even with platforms like Swiggy, Zomato, it's not just the platform fees, but the marketing fees which actually takes away a large chunk, which is not projected at the time of building a model. So, marketing fundamentals such as marketing spend, working capital is definitely one part of it, but for a food business, the inventory cost is not there so much because the trading cost is there.
Let me do one thing. Let me start off with asking you to break down the bucket items from top to bottom on a P&L.
Great.
I think a lot of people, when they hear financials, they don't understand how it looks like, because most people are not commerce graduates.
Definitely. So we can
So
just
start from revenue all the way till the EBITDA.
Yeah. So, I mean, revenue per se is very easy to understand, and the conversation used to stop there earlier on. Like a few years ago, when the investments were, the investors and the whole atmosphere were fairly new, almost every entity with a good revenue was getting funded, or a good business plan to grow revenue was getting funded. Now the discussion happens below that also, an extensive discussion. So, for example, like I said, marketing cost, even for that matter today, packaging cost. Packaging cost and designing that packaging is a huge cost for businesses, because the whole unboxing experience has become so important. So when we come down, I mean, basic food cost is definitely there. Then for the new businesses, packaging cost, marketing cost, aggregator cost, all of these costs are something which need to be the founder needs to be very cognizant about and be very conscious when he's building a model. Along with that, obviously, your lead times with vendors, that is where that working capital will come in, where you'll have to keep some inventory. Because now the number of SKUs also are very broad. If you open any restaurant or even a cloud kitchen, they're trying to cater to multiple cuisines and multiple products. With packaged food businesses also, they try to increase their SKU to ramp up turnover, because at one point you'll have to go broad. Let's talk about coffee. People who had started in the processed food, premiumization of coffee is something that all of us have witnessed, because so many new brands in coffee have come up. So they all start with first one SKU, which maybe be grounded specialty flavored coffee. Then we've seen all of them almost go to instant coffee, back to instant coffee, because that's what India drinks. I mean, and that's where your working capital will come in. You have to be cognizant that at one point of time, to increase my revenue, I will have to go broad. I will have to increase the number of products that I'm selling. So the inventory cost, the storage cost, the whole working capital cost will come in. That is where maybe Jaya might also like to put in something. How the banks look at it, how they are funding such companies where they need working capital. After that, obviously, you have to be cognizant about, when we talk about payroll, we always ask them, are you aware of minimum wages? Are you aware of, this actual payroll? Because it should not just be a number now. It has to be a very conscious discussion. And I'm saying both ways. When we talk about people like Shark Tank, it's equity coming in. Even with government schemes, I mean, the discussion is now much more intensive because of the whole atmosphere being more mature. And the understanding is both ways. We also understand the businesses better, and they also understand that I have to explain it better. I have to be more transparent. So that's where the final profitability, just to break down the P&L for a food business, would be there.
I'm just going to add a few things from how we have at VCs been looking at food businesses in general in the consumer space. So there's the two terms, I'm sure, any of you ever heard of a term called contribution margin 1 and 2? Other than CAs. So when we look at VC, and a lot of question has been asked on why do VCs fund loss-making businesses? I think there's a common theme, why do VCs fund loss-making businesses? What is the method to madness? Nobody would just be throwing money at a loss-making company back and back and back. There would be companies would be raising at least half a dozen investment rounds before they turn profitable. So what is the method that they are looking at? So in evaluating tech-driven, consumer-driven companies, we look at something called CM1 and CM2. CM1 involves whatever it needs to get the thing out of the godown. So COGS includes your material costs, but logistics, packaging is your CM1. That should over time decrease. The contribution margin should decrease. Then comes CM2 is your branding, advertising, because within a tech company, you have to make orgs. You have to divide companies into orgs to scale. The reason why tech companies raise because the founder is able to build a SOP to scale. And in SOP, you have to put functional buckets and put costs over there. So CM1 and CM2 becomes important because logistics and packaging is one team which handles. Advertising and marketing is the team who handles. And then both of the teams are measured on how well they are able to control those costs. So when a company is able to increase top line and improve CM1 and CM2 initially, a lot of fundamental VCs would come and still participate in those rounds. I think with
so
Sanket.
So that's what you're absolutely right. So that's what I'm saying. The whole the P&L in its entirety is now more important. It's not just revenue. It's not just, your cost of your gross margins. How you're going to scale that business, obviously without marketing, you cannot scale it at that pace or that growth that you're projecting. So that awareness, like you're saying it in different contribution margins, what I will say that at every level, how will you be positive in the end is the discussion. Like how will you end up as a winner or,
So just to add to that, when you pitch to VCs, because the section I was given is called investment readiness. So I'm just gonna make sure that while he talks about financial modeling, you get to the point, you get the equity check is the more important part. So when you talk to VCs, a big part of discussion should be to tell them in their language. We have CM1 in control, we have CM2 in control. As long as you have CM2 in complete control, then only your salary cost remains. And salary costs are fixed costs. Over time, when your revenue linearly keeps growing, exponentially keeps growing, salary costs will not grow in the same line. So that's when you hit profitability. So even the loss-making companies are able to raise money after round, because they're able to show improvements in these things. These could be technology-driven improvements. These could be massive process-driven improvements. But the founders who are able to demonstrate that we have the capability to do this process change are able to raise money back and forth. Coming back to money. Could you just give a brief background on what SBI and what other banks in general have been doing? I think you more talk about SBI first, but in general, if you can give an overview of other ecosystem from the bank side.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here. See, as far as money is concerned, as far as SBI is concerned, I do not think many people know here that we as SBI, we have a financing for startup policy in place. It's been 2 years that the policy is there. We do finance startups. And I have success stories which I can share. One of them being last year, the gentleman went to Shark Tank. And when we financed him in the month of September 2023, we estimated the sales or the top line to be at 7.5 CR. We gave him 2.5 CR. He's going to clock this year at 15 CR. So startup is a gravy train that we would like to ride. But please understand that given the level of public sector banks, I'm not just speaking about SBI, we are also growing up with you. We are the people who know finances like the back of our hand. But the startups, as Varun has very clearly said, you will have to teach us what startup is. You will have to tell us what exactly is your concept is. Government has come up with so many schemes. As I said, SBI, because of this entire policy is being played out, because of the environment that is going to be on, SBI has a startup policy. We do have 5 startup branches pan-India, the closest one being in Gurgaon. It's a swanky premises with the swanky people, and trust me, the branch manager is one of the finest people I know. So coming back to how to finance startups, we do both kind of financing. We do balance sheet financing and off-balance sheet financing. That means we do term loans and working capitals also. Financing for working capital, yes, it may be a challenge because as far as startup is concerned, you would like to have some kind of freedom in how to spend the money. As a bank, I would like to have control over what you are spending. See, this is something which somewhere down the line we will have to meet. You will have to tell us what exactly your needs are, where exactly you are going to spend your money on. Because in working capital, the most important thing after assigning a limit is calculation of your drawing power. That is the bone of contention here. We are trying to find out, we are trying to streamline the process. Starting up, doing this is actually, its initial hiccups are there. But as I already said, financing a startup will not be a great problem for us. We have been doing it since ages. SBI is a 200-year-old institution, and every startup is a new term. But every single business which has started somewhere, now you may call it a startup, we have been doing since ages back. So that should not be a problem.
Just to add to that, what are some of the instruments from someone, let's say, I've just started my company, and so the basic instrument is current account, CASA. So how do you see what instruments I have, I'm scaling? Because I understand term loans will only come with profitable companies, or this is double down on that instruments.
Okay. See, how do I as a bank or any bank for that matter calculate your needs? I do not see what you are as of now. I would see 5 years down the line where you are aspiring to be at. क्योंकि whatever you will be asking me today, आप ये तो नहीं कहेंगे 25 लाख रुपए का आज स्केल है तो 5 साल के बाद आप 50 लाख रुपए करेंगे. मैं कह तो रही हूँ हमने अभी जिसको हमने सोचा था कि 7.5 करोड़ रुपए वो देंगे, मतलब 2.5 करोड़ रुपए से अगर वो 15 करोड़ रुपए कमा सकते हैं, and we do give 10 lakh up to rupees 10 CR, that is without any collateral. It is there. CGT SME guidelines, they have been increased up to rupees 5 CR. NCGTC coverage has been increased to 10 CR. So please trust me when we say that yes, we are with you with all walks of life wherever you need it. And financing for a startup, for example, a term loan. Let's say you want to scale up your facility. You are looking for a term loan of maybe 10 CR. That means your project cost somewhere should be 15 CR. जिसमें से कुछ आप अपना पैसा लगाएंगे, बाकी आप हमसे लेंगे. अब वो 15 करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट से आप कम से कम जो है आप 50 करोड़ कमाएंगे तभी तो आप 15 करोड़ बैंक से मांग रहे हैं. And then there is a term known as a moratorium period. Because you will need some time, because once this project will come up, they will start yielding you returns, only then you will start paying back to me. And for a startup, the repayment period is as long as 10 years, with a moratorium period which can go as high as 24 months. I understand that for a startup, see, I'll give you a very small example. Tesla has been a loss-making company up till last year. I do not know how many people own stocks of Tesla, but if I would have owned even a single stock, I would have been a millionaire too. Just because somebody believed in it, somebody financed it, somebody bought the stocks. So once, as I said in the start of the discussion, it's a gravy train. I would like to ride on it. But also in the same line, I would like to extend that I am not in a business of philanthropy. ये public का पैसा है. So जहाँ तक हमसे हो सकेगा, we will plug in as many loops as possible. We would like to finance you, and once you start making profit, I would like my money along with the interest to be back.
So are these loans also converted to equity at any point of time? Any convertible or only pure debt?
Would you want that?
Depends.
Would you want your money, your let's say, would you want to dilute your stake only for 15 CR?
So, you said you want to drive the gravy train and become millionaire with the equity.
In terms of gravy train, if I'm a banker, my gravy train stops at interest. No, not at 20%. See, the rate of interest for a few type of loan is as low as 9.4. So 9.4 on a reducing balance, it comes to as low as 7.65.
That's why I want to talk about numbers.
Yes,
what numbers people get.
And the second thing is this, that once you start working with banks, the moment you start scaling up, your needs will start scaling up, and once you have initiated a relationship with the bank, they will assess you based on your past relationship and your maybe future prospects. So again, getting finance from a bank will be a piece of cakewalk. Actually, as I said, it's been 13 years that I'm with SBI. So I have seen, it's been times when I have walked through roads, and that is the best thing of being a banker, that I have seen कि हाँ, इसको किसी ज़माने में जब मैं scale 1 officer थी तो मैंने finance किया था, and now when I am head of CPC, just look at the business. So that is the only good thing. That is all I want to say here.
Well, I think that's very helpful, because for most of us, we don't exactly see how a bank works from inside. For us, with SBI, the jokes are more than the...
See, we do not earn 50,000 crores of a profit just by going on lunch breaks.
I didn't say that.
But yes, I knew where you were going there.
But thanks a lot, Jaya, for talking us through how bank works. I think we can open up for the questions. I think my section was on investment readiness, which I think will be best covered by answering questions than by giving a theoretical understanding. So yeah, we can open up for the questions now.
I think that gentleman.
Yeah, I think they just arranged your mic. Point.
Hello, greetings to everyone. Thank you for the knowledgeable insight. My question is for the State Bank, Ms. Daya Kumari.
Yes, please.
Yesterday we had a session from Startup in Invest India thing, where they said there is a new credit guarantee scheme for startups. So according to that, they said previous history and everything doesn't matter because the startups, there's a, they fail, there's some difference and all that. But as you rightly mentioned here, the banks look at the past history, how the credibility is everything. So how does it work when I approach a bank where I have a past history of
Okay.
bad score, something?
Let me answer that.
Yeah.
The
Thank you.
past history would be the credit worthiness of the promoters. Let's say how old are you, sir? May I ask? I'm sorry if that's
30.
30. So I'm assuming that you have been working for at least 4-5 years. Let's say you have taken a loan and you have not repaid it. So if that would reflect in your due diligence, and non-repayment of a loan is actually, it leaves a sour taste in the mouth.
Right.
So if you have taken a loan and not repaid it, how am I as a banker going to believe that when I am putting so much on you and you do not have anything else, which is like, for example, a collateral involved here. The credit guarantee is a scheme which is being promoted by the government, and the government will give me back my money if everything goes right. So what is at stake here from your side? It's my money which I am pulling in as a bank. It's the government's credit guarantee that is going in. So other than your time, what else are you putting in? So that is one thing. And once, let's say, let me finish. So once, let's say, you have absolutely clean slate and you do not have any credit worthiness, or let's say you have taken a loan and repaid it. That gives me an added cushion that yes, this gentleman as a promoter, when he was alone, he has taken a loan and he has repaid it. So this is something which adds up to the credit worthiness of the company or whatever kind of endeavor that you are in.
Okay, that's right. I completely agree with that. But with that, the whole world faced the 2 years of COVID, and most of the businesses went into NPA. So for that only they were telling yesterday that because of that only the government has come up with that in 2022 that CGSS, Credit Guarantee Scheme for startups, especially for startups. So how does a bank look into that when a startup approach?
Okay. See, if you have taken a loan in that period or any loan which was prior to that period, there was a government scheme as you rightly mentioned, and if you see your CIBIL or any other kind of a due diligence report that comes to us, if your loan was, let's say, if it has experienced any kind of stress, there is a tag which is there, restructured due to COVID. If it is there, and we bankers are not fools, we have been there where you are. So we also have loans which we had to repay. So during that period of March 2020 up till, let's say, 2022, start of it, if there is any stress, we understand that yes, it may have been because of COVID. And then if you give us any kind of satisfactory mitigants to it, we accept it. We accept it at the face value, sir. There's no point denying it.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I have a question on the same note.
Yes, please.
Let's say you told that the 10 crores, up to 10 crores, you can
Yes.
give collateral free, right?
Yes.
In first, let's say someone started any business, I'm talking in the period of 4 or 5 years. He has a 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs of loan and he couldn't pay that, right? Because of this COVID related be any causes. So would you mind that because the upper term is 10 crores, okay, and he couldn't pay and he is coming for a next loan. So I want to understand the amount that you would consider that, okay, if he hasn't paid it because of him, he's also giving, any business would give a valid reason that I couldn't perform, or in general, in startups, it happens, many of the startups fail, right? So how we are going to support that?
Okay. See, as I mentioned in the start of the discussion, the fundings are as per the balance sheet and your off balance sheet items. It is not as per कि 10 crore रुपए है आप ले जाइए. It is as per your needs. If your project demands it and if it warrants it, yes, we are going to fund it. Coming back to your due diligence reports, it is one part of the entire due diligence for the project. It is not the start of it, it is not the end of it, it is somewhere in the middle. So other than, let's say, if your project is damn too good, why would I miss it only because that one small part is there for which you are giving me sufficient satisfactory reasons, then yes, I would accept it. There's no point denying it.
Just to add to her, different sources of money is required at different stages of the journey. So if you are just starting up, so I'll just give a, how we call it in the industry. It's something called a friends and family rounds, which is your friends and family support you on day one. And they are taking a full equity risk. They could take a debt risk. It depends upon their equation with you. Like if you are both of you are cousins and he say, I want to start a new plant. You say, I'll give you 50 lakh rupees, return 50 lakh, whatever the term. So it becomes a kind of a debt term loan from your friends and family to you. Some of the, in some cases, it could be an equity. Like, I'll invest 50 lakh rupees into your company. You give me 5% of the company. That becomes an equity conversation. So that is your typically called a friends and family round. The next will be again, the risk is very, very high. We don't know what will happen. You don't know what will happen. It's only you running the companies. A car hits you, you die, the company dies. So risk is very, very high. Banks can't enter here. The next, where you have said you have built a prototype. When you build a prototype, then what happens? You start talking to what is typically called your pre-seed round and seed round in parlance. In pre-seed round, you'll go to what is today more common as angel networks. Or you go to pre-seed funds. Pre-seed funds are institutional capital who allocate money to very, very risk-taking startups. Over there, that risk that, let's say you're raising 5 CR for business, we will invest in 20 companies out of one scheme, one fund scheme. So even and we are looking at a power law situation where 2 or 3 companies will return all the money for us. So we are okay putting 20 companies, 5 CR each, 100 crore fund, because one company will return a 500 crore company out of 5 CR. So we'll return the fund. So we okay taking that risk. So the angel network, the individual also understands that risk. So they also allocating their money accordingly. So you take that money, pre-seed, seed, or angel network money. The next is when you are at a series A. Let's say now your product is ready, you're into the market, you have repeating customers. Looking at the room, you will mostly be in a B2C or a B2B food business. You could be creating new formulations and selling it via online or offline, or you could be someone like him who supplies to another B2C. In that case, you have some revenue. In his case, he has receivables. Now when he has receivables, then when banks get excited. B2C companies don't often have receivables because they're selling they're acquiring customers and selling to them every time. But by Series A, you start becoming a business. You leave your startup founder hat piche. You start building a team. I spoke about processes and technology. This is at Series A, Series B, what we start calling what a PMF, product market fit. The product you want to build. Let's say, for example, I can see a dosa batter on my TV here. The dosa batter, where you source your raw material from, which distribution channels you sell it to. Are you selling it more on Swiggy, Instamart? Are you selling it more via local carry-on forward agents? Are you selling directly via pop-ups? Whatever model you think. I'm not going to comment on the distribution channel because that works. And by the way, the question boils down to how much money you want to make for yourself and for your investors. If you have to repay the money to your cousin who gave you the first friends and family round, you have to repay the money back. Otherwise, if you don't repay the money back to this person, same way how you have a bad loan leaves a bad taste into a banker, a non-paid back investor leaves a bad taste to a second equity investor also. If I find out that if you have raised money previously, failing is one thing, but if you have shown malicious intent to not repay back, if there was fraud in not repaying back, you took 50 lakh rupees and you ran the company to the ground, that also becomes difficult for the next round to happen, next company to happen, next round to happen, because everybody is here to make money. In her words, nobody is here to philanthropy.
Correct. But why so in India, if you see thousands of crores are in PAs, are there businessmen, it is being waived off many of the times. And we come to startups, Let's say we are a startup, I got funding from ma'am Udaipur Incubator Center as a 30 lakhs pre-seed. Ma'am told that with due respect of time, due course, it would be 7.4 with starting with 9.5, right? They are charging, it's a startup seed fund and you are getting that fund. They are also asking for a discounting rate of 20, 25, 20, 30% in first, second, third year, then 6% of interest rate. Government of India is supporting with thousands of crore, 985 crores to all the startups. They have made these incubation centers. But when it comes to distribution funds, they take that it is theirs. Now you are telling that bank has an interest, they had to take interest. But why some businesses are all the time they're getting multiple rounds of fund and then they are getting NPR, and we would want to take the name. They have people who has ran away the country. I mean, they're the examples, but many people who has taken thousands of crores. So I just want to put how that happens. Like it's a small startups, as a early stage startups, we feel like when we're approaching to the bank, most of them don't listen. I mean, they'll be asking for collateral, they'll be asking for this, that, right? It is not the case for early. It is a real situation if you ask to other startups as well, right?
Okay.
People would support, right? So in real scenario, when we talk at the stages like this, what we talk doesn't happen real. As a startup, we can understand, right? So my point is, when we talk about the policies on the stage, up that stage, and we are sitting here, we are feeling we're the victims of that. Why shouldn't we put a real label on this note that, okay, this should be corrected, this is the problem. And I believe you also know this. So please put...
Okay, let me answer that. See, whatever you have said, what government gives are financial grants, which need not be prepaid. For example, Rashtriya Gokul Mission, the project cost, if you have more than 4 CR, you get a 50% capital subsidy. Capital subsidy, which comes out to rupees 2 CR. It is there, people are getting it. I do not think how many people know it here about. No. HIDF is another government's fund where you get interest subventions. AIF is Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. Most of the people would know it here. You get an interest subvention of 3%. And if you start it up in UP, that is in Uttar Pradesh, you get an additional interest subvention of 3%. The maximum rate of interest that the bank can charge there is 9%. So the effective which a startup or an agri-entrepreneur pays is 3%. So these are, whenever government gives you back, that is a grant. It's a capital subsidy. You need not repay it. But when a bank gives you, it's a loan. I'll come to your question. Why do we ask so many papers and why do we ask so many things? That is there. See, as I said, bankers are also people. We are also growing with it. If I would not have known as a banker the need to finance startups, I would not have a policy in place. We do, as I said in the starting of the discussion, we have a policy in place for financing startups. We do finance them. However, startups, they have, as Hardik said clearly, you have different stages of planning. You have different stages for a startup. You have planning, you have traction, then you start making business, and then you finally end up at break even. And then you start earning profits for it. So where would I come in picture? Where you can service your loan. Coming back to the process, where yes, I accept that there may be chances where we are asking you for collateral, where we are asking you for the money, and where exactly are you putting it, how much to give, where to give, how to get it back. These are the questions which a conventional banker would ask you. And that is the reason why, as a bank, we have specific startup branches which have people who are specialized in accepting, knowing, and understanding what you are doing and how can we get there and how can we finance you for that.
One second. We can take this question offline. We have other people also in the room.
Can I just?
Yeah, let him answer also.
I'll just.
I'll just add as a startup founder in Jaya's favor that if you think that banks ask you a lot of papers, offer a lot of questions. No, I'm just adding. So when you go and raise equity money, you are asked equally or even more questions, and there's even more due diligence.
So I'll just try to.
We can take it offline.
Yeah, so I think the question revolves around the difficulty of getting money from a bank. So let me answer that also. I think the one place where Jaya is also mentioning is that there has to be awareness about the different products or the different way of getting money. Okay, one is that. I mean, as a starting business, as a young business, money will not be easy for you, because it is very difficult for the other person to also, be it an investor, a VC or a banker. Why people get rejected from, after having 500, 600 pitches. We talk about Shark Tank. Even there, not every company is getting funded, right? So, I mean, it is definitely not an easy road to tread on. Secondly, whether, there is a scheme, a government scheme, a grant which suits you, whether at this stage of your company, your cash flow is okay to get a loan, or whether, you really need VC money or seed money, which is like the first level of investment, and you're genuinely very innovative and you can differentiate your business. So that is where, I mean, you have to self-assess. Where do you fall? What is right for me? And there your pitch will fall right. I'm not generalizing. I'm not saying specifically about your business. I'm generalizing about, everybody that comes to us, or has approached us, or, comes to banks, or even to professionals to, help them get funding. You have to first understand what credit or what product suits you. And if there's a government scheme which can suit you, definitely you should then. And the second shortcoming which comes out in us is we're not able to present our business that well. We're not able to present our numbers that well. So secondly, I think we should all then think about, how do I convince that, I am suitable for this product, or I'm eligible for this grant, or, I am eligible to get a loan. How do you convince that is something which is important. So I think this whole process is important for every entrepreneur, that, on the stages of growth of my business, what is the availability of credit, how much my own money might be asked to be put in, because they're saying in a lot of schemes, in a lot of government schemes also, there is a matching contribution clause where you also have to put in money. So that is also important. You have to get understanding of all of
I'll just add some numbers for you to understand what sort of product is good for you. When you're just starting off, let's say, right after college, in college, whether at any point of time, you have access to grants and accelerators. He was part of an accelerator for his current company, where the repayment terms are very flexible. Most accelerators have a right to invest in the next round. So most accelerators will say, we will invest if you grow. If you don't grow, we lost the money. If you think that you can grow your top line at upwards of 200-300% a year for next 5-10 years consecutively, that means you are generating a new product into the business, into the market. I'm not saying lifestyle businesses are bad, but lifestyle businesses will not attract equity funding from VC, because I have to return 40% money to my investors. So for me to return 40% money to my investors, you have to go 200%. Business. So a lot of questions will be asked, why do VCs don't fund food tech companies? Because food is a commodity and consumption product. Having a new model coming out to create which paradigm shifts is very difficult, because you can run a very lifestyle healthy business running more and more. I'm saying batter because I see batter here. Sell batter to more people, sell food, sell FNO to food. It's a very healthy business, but that business revenue cannot go 200-300% annually. So in that case, your equity money will never come. You can keep 100 different VC pitches, but everybody will reject you, because they want to see a 40% return on their capital. For return on their capital, you have to go 200%. Then if you're aiming to grow at a 50 to 100%, and if you have able to service the debt via free cash flow, that means after you pay your vendors, after you pay for your logistics, after you pay for your packaging, after you pay your employees, if you still have cash left, then only you can pay the bank. Without that, you can't pay the bank. If you can't pay the bank, then how can they get the money back? Those are lifestyle businesses. They can grow easily 50 to 100% annually, and they can service the debt. Just to getting clarity of where your business and product matches is very important.
We'll also take this offline. I mean, we'll have a discussion. We can move on to the next question.
This is Gyanvardhan from Intracker.com. We are a media publishing company for a startup. I'm business journalist over there. Thanks for invitation to the Invest India, Startup India. That kind of event must be conducted, and a startup should be encouraged and motivated from this platform. So my question will direct to Sanket. Sanket, I have seen through your journey, Scandalous Food, You were the CEO and founder of that company. Also, you raised good money from Anthill, Evolvex, and 360 Communication. And also, you claim to saw 10x growth in customer base engagement in monthly order basis. So my question will be regarding that points. And also, you say that I will touch, or I will give the touch point from 250 to 2,000 touch points in a year. So how the transition will take place, and how this funding has scaled you to go ahead in this space? And tell me more about that. And one more thing, technology is quite pivotal and playing crucial role here. So no, it's no startups are known for technology. So this is a technology-driven venture. So what kind of technology are you implementing? Are you looking to implement? And what's your thought about latest technology which is coming into trend, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, AI generative? So please explain about that, Sanket. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you, Gyan. So first, I'll take your last question first. So you were talking about technology in food. So since I see a lot of people from Niftim here, so I mean, of course, I don't know as much as them, but जो थोड़ा बहुत business में सीखा है. So I'll tell you. So the technology that we use in our business is blast freezing. So we give a 6-month shelf life to our sweets through the process of blast freezing. And there's a very interesting anecdote to how I, switched from being a fresh food player to backending my food back in 2015 November. तो 2015 नवंबर में मैं इंडिया श्रीलंका की मैच कर रहा था, जिसमें इंडिया 100 ऑल आउट हो गया इन द फर्स्ट इनिंग्स. सेकेंड इनिंग्स में पूरा स्टेडियम खाली हो गया. एंड दैट डे आई हैड टू थ्रो 600 kilos ऑफ राइस. एंड दैट डे आई रियलाइज के बॉस, आई मीन while there is a scope of selling food to 20,000 people in a stadium, ऐसे black swan events भी होते हैं. And it's criminal wastage to waste food, right? India waste more agricultural produce than Europe even produces. क्योंकि हमारा infrastructure, back-end infrastructure in terms of supply chain, cold chain अच्छा नहीं है. तो मैं realize किया कि इस पे काम करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. And before scaling up, I decided to go to CFTRI because I was told that's the mecca of food tech. और मैंने वहाँ पे एक हफ्ता spend किया, and I understood a lot of technologies like blast freezing, dehydration, freeze drying, retort, etc. And eventually, I picked blast freezing as a technology because I work in ready to assemble and ready to eat, and I thought that would work best, and that helped me scale up Urban Spice. And मैं वही learnings लेके Scandalous Foods में आया, and I'm using the same learnings, and I've used blast freezing technology to. So blast freezing basically, maximum bacteria affects your food between 5 degrees and 65 degrees, right? So below -5, most bacterial activity ceases to exist. And that's exactly what you're doing with any food that you blast freeze. Simple analogy है कि आप Antarctica में 2000 साल पुराने fossils को भी आप intact पाते हो because they are maintained at that temperature, right? So that is your technology part. I think your other question was on how are we looking to scale. So, I mean, what we are doing is we are a B2B company, right? We don't have a B2C brand. So Scandalous, by the way, stands for, it's an abbreviation for WIAS. It stands for standardization, convenience, affordability, nil wastage, dependence on skilled labor, accessibility, lightning fast, delicious delicacies. Okay? So why did we first choose sweets as a sector? I mean, as a SKU to sell to the restaurants. तो हमने realize किया कि हमारे industry में the plate is divided between the center of the plate and the side of the plate. तो अगर मैं बहरोज का example लेता हूँ तो बिरयानी उसका center of the plate है. Categories like tikkas, kebabs, sweets, desserts, beverages are their side of the plate categories. Now हर side of the plate category हमने realize किया कि contributes to 3 to 6% of the top line, much more to the bottom line. जो food business चलाते हैं वो realize करेंगे कि पिज़्ज़ा बेचने से ज़्यादा प्रॉफिट आइस टी बेचने में, बर्गर बेचने से ज़्यादा प्रॉफिट फ्राइज बेचने में, राइट? तो हमने रियलाइज़ किया कि ये जो बैरोज बिरयानीज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है वो बिरयानी तो खुद बनाएंगे, पर अगर आउटसोर्स करेंगे तो टिक्का, कबाब, स्वीट्स आउटसोर्स करेंगे. तो वी सेड देन लेट्स गो एंड हेल्प देम मेक दिस सेल दी साइड ऑफ द प्लेट कैटेगरीज. सो दैट्स व्हेन वी डिसाइडेड टू, एंड वी स्टार्टेड डैबलिंग विद टिक्काज एंड स्वीट्स एज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी. फिर हम लोग नॉर्थ स्टार विजन देखे कि हमारा जब कस्टमर तो बैरोज बिरयानी पर हमारा क्लाइंट तो ज्ञान है, जया है, हार्दिक है, मनोज है, आशीष है, यू नो, तो वो लोग ये क्यों खरीदेंगे, राइट? जब ये लोग खरीदेंगे तभी रेस्टोरेंट्स बेच पाएंगे और तभी रेस्टोरेंट्स हमसे खरीदेंगे। तो मैं मतलब अगर आप खुद की जर्नीज देखोगे तो आप उसमें आपका यू नो जो बोलते हैं कि पुट योर ईयर्स ऑन द ग्राउंड, योर कस्टमर विल टेल यू व्हाट विल वर्क फॉर यू नो द बिजनेस। तो मैं मेरे दादा के टाइम से देखते आ रहा हूँ कि हर खाने के बाद कुछ तो मीठा चाहिए। डैडी को देखा, सबको देखता हूँ, हम खुद करते हैं, राइट? वो लोग को कुछ मीठा नहीं मिलता था तो वो गुड़ खा लेते थे, हमें कुछ मीठा नहीं मिलता है हम एक्लेयर्स खा लेते हैं। सो वी सॉ दैट पोस्ट मील कंजम्पशन ऑफ स्वीट्स इज़ अ ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी। हमारी मिठाई इंडस्ट्री इंडिया में बहुत बड़ी है, तो मैंने एक सेगमेंट चुना जो मुझे जहाँ पे एडुकेट करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है लोगों को, राइट? सबको पता है मिठाई क्या है, सबको पता है गुलाब जामुन क्या है, सबको पता है रसमलाई क्या है। मुझे एडुकेट करने पे पैसा नहीं खर्च करना है। जो मतलब अब आप एक AI स्टार्टअप पकड़ते हो तो उसको पहले $100 मिलियन ये लगाने में लग जाते हैं कि उसको समझाना पड़ता है मेरा प्रोडक्ट ये है, उसको पहले कैटेगरी मतलब उसको पहले कस्टमर बनाना पड़ता है, समझाना पड़ता है और फिर उसको बेचना पड़ता है। मेरे केस में कस्टमर्स को पता है ये क्या है, पर जितने भी मिठाई प्लेयर्स है मैं उनको पिन कोड बुलाता हूँ, तो हर पिन कोड में आपके पिन कोड में अलग हीरो है, मेरे पिन कोड में अलग हीरो, दे टारगेट सेलिब्रेशन, राइट? दिवाली, दशहरा, ये। सो वी रियलाइज दैट रेस्टोरेंट्स सेल आइसक्रीम बिकॉज इट्स वेरी इजी टू प्रोक्योर एन आइसक्रीम। आइसक्रीम स्टैंडर्डाइज, फ्रोजन है, शेल्फ लाइफ है, 10 रुपए की
स्टोर करना आसान है,
खरीदिए आपको आइसक्रीम मिल जाती है एज अ रेस्टोरेंट पर, स्वीट्स नहीं मिलती विद द शेल्फ लाइफ। तो हमने रियलाइज किया कि इफ वी start offering sweets with a shelf life and follow the ice cream supply chain, we are sitting on a huge gold mine, ठीक है? तो that's how we decided to do this. हमने पहला 14-15 महीना की बिजनेस हमने बूटस्ट्रैप, मतलब इनफैक्ट उसके पहले और 6-8 महीना उसको जो रिसर्च करने में पैसा लगा वो मेरे को-फाउंडर मैंने खुद हमने पैसे लगाए, हमने बिजनेस किया, हमने पहले पेइंग कस्टमर्स बनाए, मतलब इंडिया के कुछ टॉप क्लाउड किचन कंपनीज हमारे कस्टमर्स है। अगर आप बॉम्बे में स्पेशली आते हो तो आप कोई भी पिन कोड में चले जाओ, कोई भी क्लाउड किचन से ऑर्डर करो, स्वीट आपको ज़्यादा करके हमारी ही है, राइट? तो जब हम एक लेवल, जैसे हार्दिक ने कहा कि हमने वो MVP बना लिया, उसके बाद हम मार्केट में हमने कुछ एंजल फंड से बात की कि हमें पैसे रेज करने, क्योंकि हम खुद से 200 टच पॉइंट पहुँच गए हैं। अब टाइम आ गया कि हम हमारी प्रोडक्शन यूनिट को थोड़ा बड़ा करें और हम रेडी है स्केल करने के लिए। तब हमने पैसा उठाया, क्योंकि पैसा उठाना एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी होती है, तो वो पैसा उठाया। अभी हमने पहले हमारा एक छोटा प्रोडक्शन यूनिट था, अभी हमने उसको बड़ा किया है, थोड़ा ऑटोमेशन लाया है, गुलाब जामुन बॉल मेकिंग मशीन लाए, हलवा मशीन लाए, ये लाए। तो अब हमें पता है कि हम बैकएंड से रेडी है, बैकएंड को स्ट्रॉन्ग है। तो अब हम पता है कि अब हमें 250 टच पॉइंट से 2000 टच पॉइंट जाने में हमने हमारा फनल रेडी किया। हमें पता है हमारे नेक्स्ट कस्टमर्स कौन होंगे और उनके साथ हम एक साल में वहाँ पहुँच पाएंगे, क्योंकि हमारे पास कुछ LOIs है, DOIs है, एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा। और एट द सेम टाइम हम न्यू प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट पे भी स्पेंड कर रहे हैं, जबकि हमने सिंगल सर्व में मिठाई लाई है, हम और काम कर रहे हैं, हम जलेबी वॉफल्स बना रहे हैं, हम मोतीचूर सैशेस बना रहे हैं। इमेजिन करो एल्कोहल में मोतीचूर में एल्कोहल मूंग दाल हलवा कुकी बना रहे हैं, गाजर हलवा बार बना रहे हैं, ताकि ये और यू नो इम्पल्स फ्रेंडली हो जाए हमारी। तो इवेंचुअली हमारा गोल ऑफ कोर्स B2C है, पर हम B2C से पहले सप्लाई चेन बना रहे हैं, क्योंकि आपको मार्केट स्टडी करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। आपको आपके जरूरी नहीं आपको कॉम्पिटिशन स्टडी करना है, अपने से पल्स कैंडी करना, बिकॉज नॉट ऑफ द टेस्ट, बिकॉज जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नेटवर्क था उसके पास उसके पहले काम होगा, राइट? तो ये चीज़ें आपको स्टडी करके आपको रेडी होना है। अब जो नेक्स्ट स्टेज आएगा, अब हम 200 से जब से आपने शायद हमें कवर किया था नवंबर में, तब से हम ऑलरेडी अभी 400-450 टच पॉइंट्स पहुँचे। तो अब वो स्टेज आएगा कि जब अब हमें पता है कि अब हम डेट सर्विस कर पाएंगे, तब हम जया जैसे लोगों के पास जाएंगे और उन्हें कहेंगे कि हमें अब हम इक्विटी फंड ही क्यों उठाएं, हम डेट फंड भी उठाएंगे। बचपन से सिखाया गया है कि यू नो डेट इज़ अ वेरी गुड वे टू ग्रो बिजनेस, राइट? आई मीन दैट्स हाउ हमारे फादर्स एंड ग्रैंडफादर्स हैव ग्रोन बिजनेसेस। तब कोई इक्विटी फंडिंग ये सब होती नहीं थी। एंड जस्ट फॉर ऑल द स्टार्टअप्स, क्योंकि पहले कैश फ्लो की बात हो रही थी, तो एज अ फाउंडर मैं तुमको बता रहा हूँ कि जो बोलते हैं ना कि बॉटम लाइन इज किंग, टॉप लाइन इज प्रिंस, कैश फ्लो इज द किंगडम। और जब तक किंगडम नहीं होगा ना, तब तक ना किंग का कोई अस्तित्व है और प्रिंस का तो बिल्कुल नहीं है। तो ये जरूर याद रखना बिजनेस में कि कैश फ्लो इज द किंगडम, कैश फ्लो पे ध्यान रखना, क्योंकि एज फाउंडर्स हम लोग बहुत इमोशनली अटैच्ड होते हैं हमारे प्रोडक्ट से और हम बहक जाते, हम कैश फ्लोज भूल जाते हैं। तो वो कैश फ्लोज पे तुम्हें नजर रखना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। तो
This is free cash flow, मतलब after paying your taxes still be incremental in the bank.
Very good morning. This is Ravan Kumar Rai, founder of Concept of Superfood. मेरा पहला क्वेश्चन तो जया मैम से है, बड़ा बेसिक सा क्वेश्चन है कि जो करेंट अकाउंट होता है क्या उस पर इंटरेस्ट मिलता है? क्योंकि कुछ बैंकर्स हैं जो बैकएंड में बताते हैं कि करेंट अकाउंट में इंटरेस्ट मिलता है। नॉर्मली क्या होता है कि ह्यूज अमाउंट हम लोगों का करेंट अकाउंट में होता है। पहला क्वेश्चन आपसे है। दूसरा क्वेश्चन बाकी के पैनल से है कि जैसे बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप हैं यहाँ, मैं भी एक स्टार्टअप हूँ, तो उनको आप ये टिप्स दीजिए कि अगर जो एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स हैं इंडिया में, उनको कैसे अप्रोच किया जाए किसी छोटे शहर से। जैसे बेसिकली मैं दरभंगा बिहार से हूँ और बहुत छोटे शहर से हूँ, तो जो बड़े बड़े एंजल इन्वेस्टर हैं उनको कैसे अप्रोच किया जाए, उसका कोई टेक्निकल मतलब आइडिया आप दीजिए। मैं खुद फूड इंजीनियर हूँ और मेरा भी स्टार्टअप जो है वो फूड से रिलेटेड है। मखाने के बहुत सारे वैल्यू एडेड प्रोडक्ट बना रहा हूँ जिसको ग्लोबली एक्सप्लोर कर रहा हूँ मैं। तो मैडम
दो चीज़ें हैं। पहली चीज़ कि नहीं, करंट अकाउंट पे आपको इंटरेस्ट नहीं मिलता। बहुत सारे बैंक्स आजकल जो है वो लेके आए हैं कि हाँ वो देते हैं, बट करंट अकाउंट में जो पैसा होता है वो आपका पैसा होता है और डे एंड पे चाहें तो आप निकाल सकते हैं, बट करंट अकाउंट पे आपको इंटरेस्ट एसबीआई नहीं देता। दैट इज़ फर्स्ट थिंग। दूसरी चीज़, दरभंगा इज़ नोन फॉर मखाना की इंडस्ट्री के लिए, आज से नहीं बहुत पहले से। और अगर आप मखान को प्रोसेस करते हैं तो जो AIF है, एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फंड गवर्नमेंट का जो है, आप एक बार उस पर अपना एक्सप्लोर कीजिए। उसमें 2 करोड़ तक का लोन जो है, अगर आप प्रोसेसिंग के लिए है टर्म लोन, दैट इज़ एक्चुअली अवेलेबल, क्योंकि वो मखाना का निकालने से लेके भून के पैकेजिंग करने तक आपके केस में आई थिंक यू शुड बी एलिजिबल देयर। वो प्राइमरी प्रोसेसिंग का पार्ट आता है। और 2 करोड़ तक का लोन जो है दैट इज़ कोलैटरल फ्री और 9% मैक्सिमम इंटरेस्ट रेट है जो बैंक आपसे चार्ज कर सकते हैं, कोई भी बैंक हिंदुस्तान में आज के दिन में। 3% का आपको उसके ऊपर इंटरेस्ट का सबवेंशन है। दैट मीन्स आप पहले बैंक को देंगे और क्वार्टरली रीपेमेंट पे गवर्नमेंट आपको देगी 7 साल तक, ठीक है। मैक्सिमम लोन का जो टेन्योर है वो 10 साल तक है और आपका जो मोरेटोरियम पीरियड है, जहाँ पे आपको सिर्फ इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट करना होता है, प्रिंसिपल का नहीं, वो मैक्सिमम आप 2 साल तक ले सकते हैं। ये मखाने के लिए स्पेसिफिकली दरभंगा में जो है आपका है। और जहाँ तक SBI है, आप अपनी नियरेस्ट SBI ब्रांच से पूछिए, नहीं तो पटना में एग्री CPC करके है, वहाँ पे यू कैन आस्क देम। आई थिंक मखान जो है दरभंगा में क्लस्टर के लिए है, सो यू मे गेट प्रोसेसिंग फ़ी का वेवर एंड बहुत सारी और भी चीज़ें। तो बैंकर्स का जो है यहाँ तक हम आपको बता सकते हैं। बाकी एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स को कैसे ट्रैक करना है तो
I'll answer that. So I'm from Patna. So and my family is from Darbhanga. To answer to your question, network in equity investment is a very risk. ट्रस्ट एंड रिस्क 2 शब्द बहुत इस्तेमाल होते हैं इक्विटी इन्वेस्टमेंट के सिचुएशन में। डेट में इनके पास पेपर्स होते हैं, बुक्स होती हैं, हमारे पास वो भी नहीं होता जब हम इन्वेस्ट कर रहे होते हैं। मोस्ट केसेस वादे होते हैं सिर्फ, तो वादे हम उन्हीं को दे सकते हैं, उन्हीं के वादे को हम जानते हैं अनफॉर्चुनेटली।
आज वैसे वादों वाला ही दिन है, वैलेंटाइंस डे।
वो कल था,
आज ये आपका वैलेंटाइन है।
सो कमिंग बैक टू ट्रस्ट, आई थिंक फ्यू थिंग जो मुझे पता है पटना और बिहार में हो रहा है, देयर आर फ्यू एंजल नेटवर्क्स दैट हैव कम अप। वन थिंग यू हैव एडवांटेज कि बिहार से बहुत लोग बाहर काम कर रहे हैं आपके नेटवर्क में, आपके कजन्स के फ्रेंड्स, आप उनको पिच करो। जैसे कि मैंने पहले कहा, फर्स्ट रन फ्रेंड्स एंड फैमिली राउंड, कि अपने अगर आई नो इट्स नॉट ईजी फॉर एवरीवन टू हैव फ्रेंड्स एंड फैमिली राउंड, कि हर कोई के घर में इतने लोग नहीं, इतने लोग ऑलरेडी अमीर हो रहे होते हैं घर में कि आपको दे सकते हैं। हम कंपनी क्यों चला रहे होते हैं, हम क्यों स्टार्ट करते हैं? आई कुड लिव ऑफ रेंट, आई कुड लिव ऑफ डिविडेंड इनकम, बट द फर्स्ट सेट ऑफ नेटवर्क इज ऑलवेज दैट। तो आई थिंक I don't know them personally, but there's something called a Mithila Angel Network in Bihar. There's something called a Karekeba Ventures. There's a very ex-senior banker who started Karekeba Ventures along with very, very senior industry professionals. The advantage Bihar has, even though it's very backward, that a lot of folks from Bihar are doing very well outside. And they want to support things back home now. Because all of us have seen things, we have worked outside, we have seen outside. So in whatever ways we can, we are happy to support things. Again, coming back to what I said previously, rate of return will always be the answer to them also. If you want to grow a business, if you want to build a company which will grow 500% annually, then equity will be easier. Some of them will probably support you, just support Bihar. Because what will happen, how equity investments happen is you put 500 investments in a geography, you make the geography so active and so virile that people start being very entrepreneurial. One key problem with Bihar, I could speak for hours on this finally, is that risk-taking culture is completely devoid for last centuries. Invasion, the feudal system, the British, the socialism since post that, and even the Lalu Yadav rule, and even today, the entrepreneurs are not promoted, and whoever there have left. So in that case, my risk of capital is very, very high. Anybody's risk of capital is very, very high. That's why you're not setting up large businesses there, because you don't know if you'll survive to run the business itself or not. That will, as long as once that is fixed, I think a lot of it is already fixed. I think I have grown up in the 90s and early 2000s. It's not there that bad yet. It will get better in the next 10 years. Once it gets better, the access of capital will become easier. You will see more and more VC funds willing to invest in Patna startups. I was speaking in Patna last year and told them, be open to the fact that sitting in Patna or Gurgaon or Bangalore VC is a foreign VC to you, and pitch accordingly. Pitch to them that they will see you at full cynicism and don't take it personally, because they're not attacking you, they're not criticizing you, because we invest in systems. System itself is so bad and so difficult to extract capital back, then it becomes difficult. Happy to explain more offline. But to answer on the Makhana, I think it's a great business. I know Y Combinator, one of the world's largest incubator, has funded a company in Bombay. And if they can fund that, then there's a lot of money, at least running a lifestyle business in that.
Thank you so much, everyone. If anyone has some other questions, they can connect with them offline and after this session. Now I would like to invite Minhad sir and Oberoi sir to felicitate them with mementos.
It was really wonderful having you all here. Great.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Beyond the neural network, because I'm basically a researcher.
I would chat with you on that then.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, panelists, for such an insightful session. Now I would request everyone to please remain seated. We will now start in next 5 minutes with our panel discussion.
अपनी डेली कुकिंग काफ़ी इजी कर सकते हैं। आज की जनरेशन में या आज के सिनेरियो में डेली कुकिंग एक बहुत बड़ी चैलेंज है, क्योंकि हमारी ट्रेडिशनल कुकिंग में बहुत टाइम लगता है और इसको करने में बहुत सारे हैसल्स भी हैं। तो हमने ऐसे प्रोडक्ट इंट्रोड्यूस किए हैं जिसमें कि ये जो डेली चैलेंजेस हैं, कुकिंग की जो डेली
natural, completely plant-based and gluten-free without any refined sugar, any chemicals, any artificial flavors or colors or any preservatives. Our sauces are 10 times richer in protein, 50% less in fat, with a shelf life of 6 months. We are the first in India to do all these innovations in one product. We are delighted to be incubated by Niftim Sonipat so that we can make everybody choose good, eat good, repeat good. Thank you.
मैं सोनीपत निफ्टम की एक इंक्यूबेटर हूँ। हमारा जो प्रोजेक्ट है वो यंग एथलीट्स जो 16 प्लस एज ग्रुप के हैं उनके लिए एक हम कंप्लीट किट लेके आए हैं। इसको हमने कंप्लीट स्पोर्ट्स
हेलो, रिक्वेस्टिंग एवरीवन टू प्लीज टेक योर सीट्स, वी आर अबाउट टू स्टार्ट द सेशन।
ऐसा क्या डालें जो अपनी स्पोर्ट्स एक्टिविटी के लिए या डेली रूटीन के लिए जो फिटनेस चाहते हैं वो उससे कैसे हेल्दी कंपोनेंट्स को लेके अपने आप को हेल्दी रख सकते हैं, अपने वर्कआउट रिजीम को एनहांस कर सकते हैं। और इसकी खासियत ये है कि दिस इज
Founder Director Cook Supply. We are manufacturers of ready-to-prepare food products. We prepare products जिससे कि आप अपनी डेली कुकिंग काफ़ी इजी कर सकते हैं। आज की जनरेशन में या आज के सिनेरियो में डेली कुकिंग एक बहुत बड़ी चैलेंज है, क्योंकि हमारी ट्रेडिशनल कुकिंग में बहुत टाइम लगता है और इसको करने में बहुत सारे हैसल्स भी हैं। तो हमने ऐसे प्रोडक्ट इंट्रोड्यूस किए हैं जिसमें कि ये जो डेली चैलेंजेस हैं, कुकिंग की जो डेली हैसल्स हैं, ये काफ़ी कम हो जाते हैं।
जोधपुर कंपनी फॉर्मर एंड एमडी टीवी डिलीशियस मैनेजर्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड से हमारा स्टार्टअप है जो कुकीज़ के ऊपर काम कर रहा है। ये खाना बेस्ड है। हमारी कुकीज़ प्रिजर्वेटिव फ्री एंड इसमें कोई भी हम केमिकल यूज़ नहीं करते, यहाँ वेजिटेबल शॉपिंग यूज़ करते हैं। मैंने घर से स्टार्ट किया था और इसको इतना अच्छा एक्सपोजर मिला कि मैंने अब अपना कैफ़े भी ओपन कर लिया। कैफ़े कम आउटलेट है जो लुधियाना में मॉडल टाउन में बेस्ड है। निफ्टम का भी मैं सेफ्टी करना चाहती हूँ कि मैं वहाँ पे इंक्यूबेटर थी तो मुझे वहाँ पे गाइडेंस
At Repeat Good, we make healthier and guilt-free alternatives to your regular junk food like ketchups, mayonnaise and sauces. Our sauces are 100% natural, completely plant-based and gluten-free without any refined sugar, any chemicals, any artificial flavors or colors or any preservatives. Our sauces are 10 times richer in protein, 50% less in fat, with a shelf life of 6 months. We are the first in India to do all these innovations in one product. We are delighted to be incubated by Niftim Sonipat so that we can make everybody choose good, eat good, repeat good. Thank you.
मैं सोनीपत निफ्टम की एक इंक्यूबेटर हूँ। हमारा जो प्रोजेक्ट है वो यंग एथलीट्स जो 16 प्लस एज ग्रुप के हैं उनके लिए एक हम कंप्लीट किट लेके आए हैं। इसको हमने कंप्लीट स्पोर्ट्स फिजियोलॉजी और बॉडी मैकेनिज्म को ध्यान में रखते हुए बनाया है कि हम प्री वर्कआउट में
Hello. Requesting panelists to please take their seats on the stage. Requesting everyone to please take their seats. We are starting with the panel discussion.
Thank you, Harshita. So, a very warm morning to everybody. I am Dr. Neeraj, representing NIFTEM and moderator for this particular session. I have a very esteemed panel, which is a mix of industry, academia, and skill. So, before we move ahead, I would just like to have an introduction about this particular panel discussion. So, we are moving around transforming food processing systems through innovations. Since it's a startup module and we are taking up startups in a next level, especially in the domain of food processing sector. So as a part of this whole aspect where NIFTEM stands, I'll take few minutes to share about our institution. So we are based at Kundli and we are being spearheaded by Ministry of Food Processing, Government of India. And as a part of that, we have educational programs and entrepreneurship programs. So one of our pillars of NIFTEM talks about outreach, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So this particular conclave sets the pace to scale the startups to a next higher level, especially in this sector. And to support the startups, NIFTEM has a very specialized unit, we call it as NTBIF, through which we are taking this SUFALAM conference startup module to the next level. And we support and incubate the projects in food processing sector through our pilot plants, the specialized facility in meat processing, fruits and vegetable processing, dairy processing. So those who would like to innovate with new products. And through NTBIF, we take incubation projects directly and incubate new projects. We have some important technologies, like we have something related to the ready-made probiotic drinks which enriched with vitamin B12. We have technologies of linseed papad. Small technologies that can be taken up and scaled to a higher level, which are just like ready to take technologies for the new startups as well. So NIFTEM in this line takes up call on this particular aspect, and we are here to transform the business. We have a very esteemed panel sitting here. I would like to welcome Mr. Shashidhar Subramania, Head of Corporate Technology, Buller India. We welcome you, sir. The next one comes Mr. Sanjay Dasari, co-founder Waycool Foods Products Private Limited. And Mr. Sunil Marwa, he is heading FISCI, Sector Skill Council. So we welcome you all. And I probably would not stand between the discussion and will request from Shashidhar sir to start the discussion. And the first part would be, I would like to give a brief introduction of your good self and about organization first. Sir, please.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks to Invest India, MOFP, Startup India, and also NIFTM for organizing this panel and also the invitation extended to Bueller. I've been associated with the innovation space in food processing for about 10 years now, mostly the innovations related to grains and food in India. I've got a background in mechanical engineering and master's in applied mechanics and industrial design. The role I handle in Bueller is between corporate technology and the R&D global support for a business unit called Building Solutions. So this encompasses things from basic research to prototype validation to the commercialization of innovation. So it spans across the entire spectrum of conceptualization to commercialization of innovations. So that's my role in Bueller, and I've been doing this for about 10 years now. The best of my part of my work is the opportunity it gives me to interact with the largest food processors in the country, and also maybe small halwais or say the small food processors and stuff like that. So the spectrum is really huge, and I hope the experiences I have got from all these interactions would be of some use to the audience sitting here. So that's my reason of attending this event. Bueller as a company is a 163-year-old company. It's a Swiss multinational. It's a family-owned company, which is mostly into the space of food and grains processing, and also providing technology solutions for certain kinds of material processing. We are present across 140 countries, 12,500 employees strong, and we do a revenue of around 3. Is that about 5% of this revenue is invested back into R&D effort. Now, if you consider companies in the similar sector, this is amongst the highest globally. In India, we have been present for about 30 years, and we have got the 4th largest manufacturing setup within the Bueller Group in India. We do about 600,000 cumulative man-hours of manufacturing in India, and we supply not just to the Indian market, but to global markets. And starting last year, starting 2020, I would say, under the Make in India initiative, we have started manufacturing some of the core processing machineries in India, including optical sorters, roller mills, purifiers, plant sifters, and stuff like this. So, and India also houses, competence centers and R&D centers for 4 to 5 business units, including rice, milling, grain milling, coffee, biscuits. So there are about 125, 130 R&D engineers working out of Bangalore for the Bueller Group. So that's an introduction, a short introduction about myself and the Bueller Group. I hope this suffices for this round.
Thank you. I would request Mr. Sanjay Dasari to please.
Hi, just checking if this works. Super. So firstly, pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Sanjay. I'm one of the co-founders of Cool Foods and Products based in South India. The company started in July 2015, and I'm starting with the company history because the company history is my history, given that I started the company immediately after graduating from undergrad. The impetus of the rationale behind launching the company was twofold. The first was the energy around the 2014-2015 time period when the company was, when I was ideating the company, and the potential forecast of where the Indian economy was going, the rising superpower that India was going to be. And I wanted to be part of that journey, and I wanted to see what I could potentially do from a entrepreneurial standpoint to help contribute to this process and contribute to this journey. So therefore, the social enterprise and entrepreneurship is the first option that I came across. Now, why the food industry? The two big parts of that. The first is the impact of food and agricultural supply chain and this industry on climate change. But depending on who you ask, food and agriculture is the second or third largest leading producer of greenhouse gas emissions, predominantly because of the food wastage that happens across the world. Now, 17 to 35% of food is being wasted. Now, especially in the fruits and vegetable space, you have methane gas being emitted, which is by far the worst of greenhouse gas emissions that you can get. And food wastage is the leading cause for some of these emissions as well. So when you look at the fact that India is actually a food surplus country now, it is one of the largest, second largest producer of fruits and vegetables, largest producer of dairy products, one of the largest consumers of pulses and lentils, etc. The quantity of food here in this country is massive. And credit to the past few decades of work that has been done to make India a food surplus country. But with that comes a responsibility for food security for this country and this region as well. And therefore, I wanted to see if I could address the food wastage problem and by extension address the climate change impact that food wastage was having at the same time. But that was the rationale as to why food became a very interesting, very exciting opportunity for us to work on. Now, our approach to this industry was a little bit different than some of the other startups over the past few years. We don't believe in traditional low-touch marketplace models. We're a little bit more of a, I guess you could say, an old-school business in that way, where we take supply chain control, we take inventory risk, and the rough, most simplistic way I can say to explain what we do at Waycool is that we are a branded food value chain company. What I mean by that is we forecast demand on the front end. We distribute to about 150,000 kirana stores across South India, and we forecast the demand between 2 days to 6 months into the future. And basis that forecasted demand, we convert that into cultivation plans for farmers or manufacturing plants for millers on the back end. And we manage about 250,000 farmers across the country as well. This information transparency in this demand forecast allows farmers to plan better, forecast better, allows the millers that we're working with to plan their manufacturing better as well, and reduce the wastage that happens in the supply chain from the 17 to 35% in the traditional industry to 1 to 1.5% in our supply chain. This is a like-to-like comparison that we've been able to accomplish so far. Now, it's not just the digital information transparency, like I mentioned, we are definitely a little bit more of an old school. That's why I'm very happy that there's an event like this focusing on the food processing sector. We have our own supply chain set up, collection centers, millers, distribution centers, etc., all being with the understanding that even if you don't own the capex itself, at least you have to manage the operational part of it and understand the quality control that you're able to accomplish in the supply chain to make sure that all of the effort that you're putting in to make sure that value is protected in the value chain is not being broken because of maybe some less than ideal supply chain practices that might be prevailing in this industry. So some quick highlights about the company. We are about $225 million of annual turnover. We're about 8.5 years old as a company. It should be 9 in July. We have 3 verticals. We have a fresh produce business. We have the branded goods business, which includes our rice, pulses, wheat, dairy products, and value-added products as well, which include idli, dosa, batter, chapati, paratha, ghee, yogurt, and things like that. And then we have a tech vertical, which takes the supply chain tech that we built for our own business and monetizes that and supplies that as a SaaS product to other companies across the world, from Morocco, Dubai, UAE, etc. And very excited to be here, so thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sanjay. I now request Sohil Varwa sir to kindly introduce and about the organization.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the Secretary of Ministry of Food Processing to be here on this panel. I'm honored that, ma'am, you found time to be here today to listen to us. And I would also like to wish a very successful day to Mr. Oberoi, who has taken this initiative of organizing this wonderful conference. Unfortunately, circumstances are such that we don't have a house full, but in normal conditions, I think there would have been lots of people wanting to come in and listen to the topics that have been outlined. Well, I had an organization which is the Sector Skill Council for Food Processing. It goes by the name of FIXI. This has been set up by the Ministry of Skill Development, and it is supported by the Ministry of Food Processing. Our job is very clear cut that we have to produce industry aligned programs or courses which can be then used to skill manpower from the entry level right up to grade 6. So these are courses which are approved by the National Council for Vocational Education and Training. And once they're approved, then we get into the picture by creating the content, the participant handbooks, the facilitator guides, the PPTs, the practical guides. And these are then to be used by the participants all over the country, including colleges, to skill and upskill their students. Of late, the industry also has shown a lot of interest because upskilling is now becoming a very, very important part of the growth of any organization. HR management is very key. So industry also is dipping into our resources that we have created. The important part about these resources is that these are all industry aligned. So it's not that we create them, we orchestrate that. So we have subject matter experts and we have industry experts who are on our panels. And anything that we do has to be with relevance to what the industry requires, so that the people whom we skill or who do these programs are in a position to get employed. And overall, we continuously do skill gap studies. The last we did was in 2020, along with the Ministry of Food Processing under their guidance. And we come up with the skills that are in demand, the areas that will grow, and the number of people that will be required in the next couple of years. We have a forecast for next 10 years. And so that becomes the blueprint for us to identify the job roles. Now, in the area of innovation, we have done a fair amount of work. First and foremost, fortification. Rice fortification is one area that we have a couple of courses, fortification of foods as well as rice fortification. This was engineered because we have a consortium which NIFTM is also on that group with IIT Delhi, which is looking after the capacity building program for rice fortification manufacturing. We also have a job role which is related to plant-based protein, so plant-based protein technologist. That is a job role which we have developed with the industry. And that is basically providing the opportunity for engineers to produce products which are mimicking meat and dairy, but actually they come from plant origin. So this is one innovative course that we have. We have also developed a program for millet processing. So millet value-added processing is one program which we have created. This was on the demand of UNDP, which is supporting us in this on this initiative. So we do promote very sector-specific kind of programs, but overall we have program which is in the new product development. So we have a food product developer program. We have a program which is on food packaging developer. So these are all programs which are cross-functional, which helps students to innovate and understand and do new things in different areas which are very, very critical for the organization where they are employed. We are now in the process of working in different fields, and digital transformation is one field where we are working on, because the world has changed so dramatically in the coming, has changed in the last few years, and in the coming 5 years, we see a total transformation happening in the industry, the way the industry runs itself, right from customer interface to supply chain to how they manufacture. And the important aspect is to understand that no longer will data analytics be the domain of the IT engineers. It will be the domain of food engineers as well, because unless and until they fully understand the potential of digital transformation, they will not be able to harness the overall potential of the market, and they may be soon out of the market, because a lot of large companies who are supported by multinationals worldwide have a wealth of knowledge which is just getting transferred here, and they are transforming their food systems. Our whole emphasis has to be to support the MSMEs and the small enterprises who are competing in the same space, the startups who are competing in the same space. They do not have this knowledge. So an organization like FIXI has taken upon itself that to create programs which are going to help them to transform the way they produce goods, the way they buy the raw materials, and the way they sell their finished products. These are the three key areas which are impacting digital transformation. So innovation in the food space is something which is the heart of our organization. And overall, I can tell you that in the last 6 years since we have been formed, we have certified more than 3.5 lakh participants. All of them are people who are working in the industry. Some of them are students who are doing BWalk and a few BTech programs also. They are also doing our program as part of electives. We do a lot of work in terms of online and live sessions, which are basically focused on food safety and hygiene, HACCP, and allergen management, and various other aspects related to the food safety and hygiene. So we have live sessions which we do for the industry as well as for the students. So that itself is an area of innovation as well, because how you produce goods in today's context with a customer base which is so enlightened and which is so aware of what is happening, and bad news spreading with the click of the mouse, this becomes extremely important for the survival, forget growth, for the survival of the organization. So food safety and hygiene is a very key aspect in which the industry has to continuously innovate, and as a facilitating organization, FIXI has taken upon itself to help people to connect up with the latest and to help them to move positively in this direction. So this is a brief introduction about our organization. Lastly, I just want to say that the governing body of organization is actually a PPP model. It has the nominations from Ministry of Skill Development as well as from the Ministry of Food Processing, FSSAI, but it also has nominations from the industry. Our current president is from Wakefield. He is the managing director and CEO of Wakefield. And in addition, we have nominations from Hindustan Unilever, Cargill, ITC, Nestle. So it's a PPP kind of a governing body which meets almost every quarter and reviews the operations and guides the direction which it has to go. So this is rather long, I thought, but still I wanted to explain it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So, yeah, it's really nice to listen about how the organizations are taking up and the new organizations are shaping up the food part. Now, we get rolling with some questions straight away. And probably my first question comes to Mr. Shashidhar ji. It's like we at NIFTEM also worked upon, you mentioned about prototypes and some machines. We at NIFTEM also work with our food engineering department on various prototypes, and with the help of students and some, we came across some very low cost small technologies which are now ready for commercialization as well, which includes one of the solar panel based drying machine. My colleague Dr. Winkle looks after it, and then we have one small meat carcass unit which is like open vending of meat is one, like not related to grain part, but that is ready for upliftment and commercialization, so that open vending of meat units or carcass can be controlled. And then we have something related to coconut water shelling machine that was incubated, and then it is now ready with the commercialization right away. So, but these are low cost ones. They need to compete with various standards which industry has set. My question comes to that, how your organization see this kind of innovation aspects which compete with low technology but needs standards to be met at different levels at regulatory frameworks, and so how do your organization is supporting such innovations in food processing sector, and how do you see these innovations in this line, please?
Okay, so the innovations that Bueller is doing in India for the last 20 years, I would say, out of our 30 years of existence, has been on the philosophy of in the market and for the market. So a lot of frugal innovations, innovating with the regional requirements in mind, has been going on in the organization. Number one. The topic of collaboration and engaging with the startups is relatively new. Globally, we've been doing this activity for about 15 years now, and in India, it's about 5 years old. What are the different modes in which Bueller engages with startups? Number one, we've got very clearly defined 5 focal areas through which we want to engage with startups. So we are looking at startups who are working in these 5 areas. They are related to the topic of sustainability and bioprocessing, alternate proteins, valorization of side streams, startups that are working in the areas allied to climate change, and advanced materials. And as an underlying, horizontal layer that cuts across all these domains is the layer of digitalization and AI. So if there are startups who are working on these topics, yes, we are interested in working with them. What do we want to do once we identify these startups? Number one, the startups could be our potential customers, maybe someone like Waycool. You could be our potential customers, and then we have an excellent network of about 25, 26 application centers that we have around the world. These startups might want to try out their products in one of our application centers. Now, these are pilot processing facilities that are near industrial scale. So startups are given an opportunity to get a taste of Bueller products without actually investing in one. And usually for our customers, we charge a certain fee, but when it comes to startups, these are considerably lower, and we are always happy and to welcome startups into our application centers. Number one. Number two, we do not make direct investments into startups, but we have investment arms through which we again focus our investments into the sectors of bioprocessing and proteins today. That's number two. Number three is if the startup is in the stage of say prototyping, and they've finished their prototype and they really want to scale it up to an industrial scale production. In certain specific cases, we do offer support in terms of a convertible note. But this has to be considered by the business unit, and there has to be a fit between the requirements of the organization and what the startup has prototyped. So these are the 3 modes through which we engage. And as for the specific topics of say coconut or meat processing that you mentioned, I mean, the specific topics have to be considered on a case-by-case basis. As long as it falls within the 5 broadly defined theme areas, we are happy to look at the startups. So yeah, that's what I would say. And to add to it, Bueller is one of the founding members of the world's largest not-for-profit startup accelerators called Mass Challenge. And the Mass Challenge cohort in Switzerland is specifically focused on food, and Bueller, Nestle, Gia, Givaudan, these were the founding partners. So we have, supported a lot of startups globally. A lot of them from India as well were part of our cohorts in Lausanne, Switzerland. But we also host them in our campus, both in Utsville, and if we find relevant startups, we are also open to doing that in our Bangalore campus as well. What is the advantage that a startup might get by spending time with us? Number one, the access to technology. Number two, the access to the customers that we have. Some of the largest grain processors, some of the largest processors of secondary, the finished products are customers of Bueller, and this is the help that we wish to bring to the startup ecosystem.
Thank you so much. I hope, rather I trust that the areas that you defined are probably one of the most important, are among one of the most important topics in the current scenario as well, where we are dealing with SDG goals of UN, where sustainability is one priority in most of the cases. Thank you very much. Now I'll come to Mr. Sanjay. How Waycool is supporting the transformation and innovations in the food sector. My specific aspect would be that how the technology is related to the green supply chains, blockchain, how you see these things as part of your supply chain network, and how startups can do something in these lines also.
Sure. It's a very interesting question because we had evaluated blockchain as a solution about 3 to 4 years ago as well. This was at the height of the sort of blockchain experimentation that was going on. I think I'll answer this question by talking a little bit about Wakecool's philosophy on technology because it's a little bit more, like I said, a little bit more all-encompassing that way. At Wakecool, we don't necessarily call us as a tech startup. We use a lot of very interesting, exciting technology, but we don't call us as a tech startup. We call us as a tech-enabled agri startup. And we don't use the word agri-tech that openly either. We make sure that we understand exactly what agri-tech and food tech is, because a lot of the marketing involved in how some startups talk about themselves creates this idea that there is a black box behind which we have no idea what is happening. There's some very unique IP protected technology that many people are using, which might be the case for some companies, but I can guarantee majority is not always the case. So when it comes to technology, it's one of those situations where, especially when it comes to like blockchain, etc., it's like if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? You're trying to force fit a technological solution to something that may not necessarily need that technological solution. Now, we spent about 2 years on the blockchain project trying to see, like, from a food export standpoint, is it worth having a blockchain-backed supply chain through which you're able to have traceability all the way back to the seed level to understand what inputs have been used, what was the time taken in transit, where is this coming from, etc., to give more confidence to the export, to the partners in different countries who are importing from you. And finally, it came to the solution that for the cost it would take to implement a blockchain-based solution, it wasn't necessarily worth doing, given that you can do the exact same thing using Excel. So the same approach needs to be taken with a view on what kind of agri-tech or what kind of food tech are you actually doing. So I'll give you some examples of tech that we at Wakecool have found very, very useful for ourselves. The first is this product called iGrade, which we have sort of developed and built internally. It's very, very simple. It's built for Indian bite sizes and fractional bite sizes that the majority of the supply chain operates on. All you do is basically you take a grain, let's say chickpeas for example, and you lay it out on a table on top of a white piece of paper. You take a photo using the mobile application and it tells you the quality specifications of that batch that you've taken a sample of. Now that is being used by hundreds of people across the country already to take very quick snapshots of the quality of the product, and takes a historically qualitative conversation about what the quality of your grain is and converts that into a quantitative conversation, which is much, much more standardizable and scalable as a solution in any industry. Same thing when it comes to sweetness. Everybody says, I want a sweet apple, I want a sweet papaya or something like that, but what does that sweet actually mean? Many of you, because you're already in the food processing industry, you might already know about the Brix meter, which basically gives you a measure of sweetness. If you take a little bit of the juice of a product and put it onto the telescope effectively, it gives you a score, I think, between 0 to 25 of your sweetness score, as we call it internally. That is something that we use regularly at the farm level when we're importing products from different parts of the world, to make sure that we don't say we want a sweet apple. We say we want an apple with between a 12 to 17 score of sweetness. And that again moves it from a qualitative to a quantitative conversation. To me, that is the real kind of agri-tech that is useful and necessary and fundamental for an industry like this, before we can talk about jumping into AI and blockchain and crypto and things like that. Now, there is definitely a use case for that at some point in the future, but the foundation that those products build off of is a layer of data and a layer of insight that today is not necessarily available, not just in India, but anywhere across the world in the agri and food supply chain industry. So that's why when we talk about agri-tech as a company, we're a little bit more conservative when we use the word agri-tech, when we use the word food tech, etc., because it has to be rooted in reality, what is actually happening on the ground. For us, we've seen a lot of potential impact on the physical technology as well. This is a bit of a buzzword by now, but we use the word phygital internally, physical plus digital together, to ensure that everything we do in our supply chain is linked. Both physical processes and digital mirror is being done as well. Because we often joke internally that no matter how many product managers and data analysts you have in the company, somebody still has to go and harvest the tomatoes and put them on a truck and send them to the city. So if you don't have somebody who's doing that part of it properly, and you're having damage and wastage in that part of the supply chain, you will continue to face issues that were relatively easily solvable. And it is especially true for the fruits and vegetables space because, anytime prices crash, let's take tomatoes for example. If the price of tomatoes comes to 2 rupees per kg and you have a vegetable crate, the value of the crate is 140 rupees and the value of the stuff inside the crate, 20 kgs of tomatoes at 2 rupees per kg, be 40 rupees. So the value of the material is less than the value of the crate itself. So what do people in this industry do? Rightfully so, they don't give the crate to the person they're selling to, they dump it into the next crate as they transfer the material to somebody else. Now you can't obviously fault them for transferring material because they want to retain the asset that they have in their name, but therefore you have to understand the importance of minimizing the physical damage and physical touch that happens in the supply chain as well, again, before you jump down the technology spectrum. There are a lot of fundamental things that need to be addressed first before we can go ahead into what we're trying to talk about and build on the technology side. So that's Waycool's philosophy. I'm very, very happy if the people who have a different approach, and I'd love to learn more about that as well. That's just how we've been doing for the past 8.5 years so far.
Thank you so much, and it's a beautiful thing to understand that what kind of philosophy you are looking after. I'll just mention, I could recall 2 important things here. As a part of probably that would be somebody's use as well. I would like to quote that in 2018 there was a report from Ministry of Agriculture. It was under Shidal Wise Committee's report, and it was primarily related to the doubling of farmers' income, but somebody definitely needs time to understand what it talks about. It definitely talks about the innovations in supply chain aspect. There's one chapter, I have gone through that, and there is a one chapter that clearly disintegrates the differences between the traditional supply chains and the current type supply chains, which reduces the stakeholders. And at one point of time, somebody also mentioned it is not about the reducing the stakeholders, but assessing at what particular point we are more getting the losses. And there was a study which was done, and 2021 few results came out, especially in 2 crops. Ministry of Food Processing Industries also started Operation Greens as part of TOPS, starting with 3, but now they are with TOPS 2 total, covering more than 25 commodities in that. So there was a potato supply chain and there was a tomato supply chain. So it was assessed at what particular stage after harvesting the maximum losses are occurring. In potato, probably there are about 6 to 8% losses at the farm gate itself. And similarly in case of tomato, it was ranging, being since a soft fruit, it's ranging somewhere about 10%. But during the supply chain, tomato had more, and during the storage, potato has some more because it has sweetening and change in the quality. So these were 2 major gaps were identified, that the temperature of the cold storage should be maintained in such a manner to reduce these losses, and while handling the tomatoes, the crates, even plastic crates which has a little greenhouse gas emissions because they can be used again and again. So these kind of setups can be established during the supply chain when you talk about quality and the storage conditions. So that is where the supply chain disintegrates at a specific points to fix up specific gaps where the losses are occurring at a maximum level. So thank you very much, Mr. Sanjay, for sharing your insight about this specific aspect. And now my question comes to Marwa sir, stating that how do you see as part of the transformation innovations with the skill aspect, especially to the food sector? You shared some specific topics like innovations in food processing and some skill aspect, but definitely there must be more aspect related digital transformation. And so how do you see innovating in the transformation during the skill side of
You see, one of the major challenges and what we are incorporating in our course material and the skilling material which we roll out for on behalf of the Ministry of Skill Development under the Skill India initiative, the major one is environment sustainability. I think that is one major aspect which we have to build, which we build in all our course material, our course content, which ranges from the fact that how much water can be used and water can be saved in the manufacturing process. That's extremely important, number one. Number two, whatever we are buying, are we using all of it? Which means that if we talk of the utilization of the fruits and vegetables that we are using, can we identify and can we innovate to the extent that even the last peel is utilized by the organization? So sustainability is extremely important in this respect, because if you are able to save your inputs, you are actually saving, you're creating wealth. And that is the clear message which needs to go. Third part which we incorporate is sustainability, which is the toughest part, is packaging. Because today, if you look at it, plastics, single-use plastics are banned, but then multi-layered plastics are being used, packaging, multi-layered packaging is being used by the food processing units, the milk, the Tetra Packs, all the rest of it is using a lot of plastics, aluminium and other things for which eco-friendly options have to be found. And that is a clear area of innovation. What can be done is, of course, we have the bioplastics, the various biopolymers which are there, using even packaging material coming out of food items like pineapple, for example. Pineapple covering can be converted. There are various other innovative ways which can be brought in. So we work with the Indian Institute of Packaging, and they have come up with eco-friendly options. But the only problem which comes in India is that our customers are slowly getting used to the fact that if something is environmentally safe and friendly, I should pay a little more for it. Because all these options are quite expensive, and getting acceptability, say for a packet of chips, for example, which, Lay's is using, it's definitely not environmental friendly. But if I come up with another option which has, some amount of cost implication, the customer is not willing to accept. So sustainability is extremely important. And the other important thing that we build in is the fact that there has to be a diversification in terms of the raw materials that we use. Now, when we talk of climate change clearly means that you don't know where the next harvesting season is going to fail and where it is going to be good. So the raw materials that you utilize should be such which are available in some time or the other, somewhere or the other. And ideally speaking, we should use raw materials which are not affected by climate change so far. Millets, for example. Millets can easily substitute a lot of things, especially when you talk of, you talk of mixes which are used, the ready-to-use mixes which are there for idli, dosa. It can be used for cereals. So millets as one raw material can help us to, buffer against the climate changes. There are other things as well which are algae and seaweed based. So these are also opportunities which are coming up where the startups can innovate, and they can be solutions which can help to overcome the nutrition requirement of the individuals when there is a problem of availability of raw materials. So I would say that these are the areas that we talk most about, but last but not the least is food safety. I once again say that the important thing is the customer is getting very well enlightened now. How do you keep the customer in the loop to prove that your product is safe? So smart packaging, which has these QR codes where the customer can get full details of the farm from where the tomatoes came. If you claim to be organic, then the customer would like to know which farm and does it have an organic labeling. What was if it is an organization which claims to have certain other benefits, including nutrition, they would like to know. Honey is one particular case which really got a flag. So, this whole aspect is incorporated in all our courses, so that when we say that we are meeting the food safety guidelines, this important thing is, so how do you demonstrate it to the public at large and to the customers? In today's context, the innovation and communication also is extremely important, because social media can create and kill brands in a matter of seconds. So adherence to food safety and food safety norms how that can be communicated effectively by food manufacturers is one area which I believe we need to innovate. Because whatever claims we make, they need to be backed by science, they need to be backed by evidence. So these are some of the areas where we are working, and other than that, what I would like to say is that in technology-wise, we are right now exploring this area of 3D printing, because that is one area where we see a lot of other sectors benefiting, but 3D printing also, especially in confectionery as well as in some of the traditional Indian snacks like jalebis, dosa, vada. So 3D printing is another area where we are able to make intricate designs and we are able to customize. The important thing is, how can I customize the food for the requirement of the customer? If he has a certain specific calorific requirement on a daily basis, how can I customize? And that is something which is an area of innovation, and 3D printing is one innovation which helps us to clearly say that what is going to be the calorific value, what is, if there is no gluten, so you can claim there is gluten free. So you are able to create a product which meets the customer's requirements, customizing food production. And that is something which world at large is innovating, but in India there are baby steps coming in. So 3D printing is one other area which I believe that we would like to propagate, so that especially in hospitals and in organizations where nutrition is very important and is specified, and also even at homes, this becomes a very important technology which can be used.
So thank you very much, sir. Now my request to audience would be, please prepare some of your questions you would like to move with around with audience. Yes, we have. So shall we go it right away, or you would like to have 2-3 minutes time? In the meantime, we'll go through a quick rush of few other things, and then we will come to the questions. So in next 2-3 minutes, so 5 minutes, next 5 minutes or so, we'll start the question answer round with the audience. So thank you, sir. But moving ahead in this line, I probably have a very specific question to Shashidhar sir, related to machine audit. We were in a discussion with, there was a question, there was a concern related to how does a startup should look forward for a machine audit kind of aspect, that primarily talks about that while selecting the machine, the quality of the machine, how it is important, and since it's a investment intensive exercise, how a startup should look forward for a machine, either a complete set of machine in one go or batch processing, selecting few machines to make a continuous line. To what an extent the investment on machines makes it. I understand that machines would not be the only part, but how far the quality of machines to be chosen by a startup makes a difference. So please.
Thanks. So in the first panel today, we had a mention of product market fit, right? I think this is very important before conceptualizing a line for processing as well. As a person who's dealing with requests, not just from startups, but also processors, and sitting on the other side and preparing proposals and quotations, the biggest challenge we see is the changing requirements. The people who want to set up a processing line must be fairly clear what is the market that they're catering to and what are the end product requirements in that market. This is absolutely important. I'll give you a simple example. Typically, the quote offers that we get in Bueller undergoes 10 to even 50 revisions before it is frozen. Now, this is highly inefficient. I'm only talking about it from an operational perspective. It's not efficient for a startup to engage with any supplier through 50 rounds of negotiations and revisions and quotes. So what is the end market that you want to cater to? What is your source of raw material? Are you sure of the consistency and the quality of raw material? So on these topics, we need to have a fairly good idea, number one. Number two, then the question would be the typical question that people consider is the high cost of equipment when it comes to quality equipment. Here, I would like you to take a holistic picture of the investments. When you want to set up a processing line, typically 1/3 of it goes into investments on the machine, another third goes into the investment of land, building and utilities, another third goes into, say, the investments into accessories, not the core processing machines, but the accessories, maybe a bit on your working capital, inventory and stuff like that. So this is broadly the split. So if you consider this, it is not a lot that you would achieve by trying to cut corners with your choice of the processing equipments. There are significant investments elsewhere. And what is the advantage that investing into high quality machinery brings in is the fact that you can actually optimize your layout, which means you can optimize the overall power that is required to produce the end product. You could optimize in terms of the spares and the wear parts, so it has a huge impact on the OPEX in terms of power, the water consumption and the waste that you are producing or the losses that's happening in the processing facility. This is the second thing I would like to mention, that you take a holistic view of the overall investment and not just consider machineries alone. This is the second point. The third point that you need to consider is who is your end market? Are you going in for, say, an export market, or you're doing a white labeling or a contract manufacturing, in which case aspects like food safety, cleaning in place, these becomes very, very important. We were just discussing the example of a contract manufacturer supplying to a big brand, right? FMCG brand this morning, and there were certain specific requirements to food safety. Yes, a tomato-based processor. So we keep hearing stories of food safety standards not being met because the machineries are not designed with solid engineering principles behind. How do you address the topic of food safety, cleaning in place? How do you make sure that there are no traces of the equipment after the production run is done? These look like very trivial, mundane and boring questions, but at the end of the day, these can make or break a business. And you talk about export market, you all know the challenges with exporting spices, sesame seeds, because of salmonella infestation, because of the way the shelf life is a problem. All these are typical problems when you think of the export market. So this is the second thing. Know your market, know your product, take a holistic view, know your market. Then the fourth thing is to consider whether you're looking at a brownfield investment or a greenfield investment. If you're looking at a brownfield investment, it's very, very important to look at the upstream and the downstream processes. It's not just a capacity matching when you consider, say, I want to replace a hulling line or a whitening line of a rice processing line with XYZ supplier. You just don't match the capacities of the line that is feeding into the whitening section and the line that's taking material from the hulling section. You have to look at the efficiencies, the performance of the products, whether my downstream can actually handle it. So these are very, very important considerations. And then finally, if you're looking at a greenfield investment, and if you have enough scope and budget, it's also very important to consider the side stream that's being produced out of your line. Sunilji just mentioned about a lot of side streams that are coming out of say F&V processing. It's not different with grain processing as well. Anywhere between 20 to 50% of your total input by volume and or mass, let's say, is going out as side stream. You take the example of paddy to rice value chain, about 50%, give or take 5% here and there is the end product, the whitened rice. The rest is all side streams. How are we valorizing the side streams today? What are we doing with the husk? What are we doing with the tips, the brokens, the bran? Is there a possibility for a processor who at least has enough cash and the liberty to think of these questions? Are you addressing? Because these will definitely benefit you in the long term. It's not just the paddy to rice processing line or the wheat to flour milling line. So yeah, that's how I would answer the question. Thank you.
two very important part you touched in this, that probably the solid engineering aspect, the cleaning aspect, and then the product should not come up with the broken particles in this. So that's absolutely, I would say, cherry on the cake that hits the bullseye, stating why a company should very precisely select the investment aspect on getting good machines. Thank you. Now my question comes to Mr. Sanjay. Probably, what do you see as part of agricultural technology in terms of connecting the digital and physical assets in the supply chain? And how do you see that it is important for any startup who is looking the strengthening aspect of the supply chain?
I touched on a lot of this in the previous answer in terms of how we could use the technology. But in terms of the physical processes, I can maybe talk a little bit more about taking up from where Mr. Shashita was talking about the brownfield investments. That's been a lot of the focus for us as well in terms of how we look at this food value chain. For us, we don't want to just be moving commodities back and forth. Obviously, there's a significant scope in terms of how food processing can be used in this industry. But at the same time, taking a specific example of the paddy to rice supply chain, we started our journey in the rice supply chain about 5 years ago. Where we were working with mills and just taking whatever packaging they were giving and then distributing that to export partners on the front end. But today it's fundamentally different in terms of the depth at which we operate. We have an agri-marketplace division that works directly with farmers and FPOs and trades the paddy to millers, oftentimes our own millers as well, but not 100% of the time. And like Krishna sir mentioned, the byproducts of your process, the broken rice and broken dal that you get when you're doing milling especially, is something that was a big question mark for us for a long time. And we addressed that about 3.5-4 years ago by acquiring a company that has specialty in idli dosa batter manufacturing, which makes complete sense because the raw material that you need for dosa batter is rice and urad dal. Now, the nutritional specs of a broken rice and a whole rice are the exact same. It is purely a physical defect. And because of the physical defect, anyone putting into a pulverizing machine to make your batter at the end of the day, so you don't need to be buying whole rice if you're going to be making into batter. So what we started doing is, because we were buying multiple tons of rice from multiple different mills, it was very easy for us to go to those mills and procure the broken rice as well as the whole rice. Now the whole rice is sold in our Madhuram or Kitchen G brands, and because of the fact that we're buying the entire output from the mill, we're getting better rates there as well. And the reason we're able to do this while other people are not able to go source the broken rice alone is because no mill is producing enough broken rice to fill a truck. So you have to go and aggregate broken rice from multiple different mills at the cost of which is very, very high to do as well. But we were able to do because our truck is being filled by the whole rice that's anyways being produced. So this beautiful sort of synergy between the branded rice supply chain in our Madhuram category, the branded pulses in Madhuram and Kitchen G, two brands that we operate, and the byproduct of those supply chains, the broken rice and broken dal, being pumped into our we have a third brand called Freshies, under which we distribute our idli dosa batter and dairy value-added products as well. That synergy helps us not only reduce food wastage, improve the gross margin that we're able to capture in the supply chain, and make sure that the nutritional quality that is going into the dosa batter is actually good rice and not just low quality, low cost rice that you might be buying to maximize your margins on the batter side. So that's been our approach in terms of how we look at the brownfield investment versus greenfield investment kind of a thing, and how to deal with the offcuts and and the kind of the externalities produced by your supply chain in the first place. So.
Thank you very much to be very precise, and I am happy that you coined the term value chain. It's not merely in case of food systems, we probably talk about the value chain aspect. So thank you. Now I would request audience to be part of the discussion as well, so that we can move ahead in this line. So first question comes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you the panelists for throwing light on various subjects. I'm Sanjay Joshi from Krushak Mitra Agro Services. We are into the value chain of fresh vegetables primarily. So, Mr. Shishidhar raised the issue of valorization of, the side stream and all. So, we are also trying to deal, as a post-harvest, so we feel that this valorization of the agri-waste, we are, generating a very huge amount of, agri-waste in the whole, this harvest supply chain. And my question is whether NIFTEM or Mr. Shah, anyone if you can answer that, are there any sort of, technology? So we are trying to, for one of the top crop, we are trying to develop some sort of a valorization from the waste of the fresh crop. But at the same time, there is in the field also, there's a huge amount of agriculture waste is being generated. And I feel that that should also be considered as a part of the post-harvest problem, to find out the solution. So my question, either a NIFTEM faculty or, if there's any efforts, being done on the part of, a valorization of the agri-waste, some sort of a good thing. Because today farmers feel that, just to make that as a part of compost, put it in the soil, but I don't think that's a, good sort of a monetization from the farmer's perspective. So we need to identify the better technologies, for valorizing that agri-waste and to consider that as a part of the post-harvest, sort of a solution. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Sir, specifically with respect to your interest on the fresh F&V, it's not a space that Buehler plays in, but I could throw a couple of examples from the space that we operate in. There are several innovation projects that are happening in Buehler with regards to the valorization of side streams, and I would give you just a couple of examples to illustrate the point. So in the malting and brewing industry, a lot of spent grains come out. So we have innovated a product which, takes this and then converts it into an alternate sweetener that goes into confectionery and then as an ingredient into baked products. And what spun out of this was an entrepreneurship effort. A company was floated, it's of course owned by Buehler and run by Buehler. It was called Legria some time back, now it's called Circular Food Solutions. So this is one example. Second, I could talk about the several innovations we have got when it comes to stabilizing rice bran or the use of rice bran into several other commodities and products, say oil extraction and stuff like that. So we've built many partnerships there. Broadly, if you look at the grains side stream, we have globally built a partnership with a company called Vinke, where these side streams are used to convert them into energy. This is the third example. So there are several efforts happening here. Maybe I would also like to link this up to Sanjay's answer on the side stream and the broken rice. Here also, I think a deeper understanding of the side streams is very important. A broken rice is not any broken rice. A rice breaks because of the difference in composition between the starch and protein matrix. So all broken rice doesn't behave the same way. And the composition, the overall composition, a broken rice, structurally speaking, is not just a part of the whole. So the protein to starch ratios and the differences in broken rice would be significantly different. So if you were to valorize your side stream for in this case, the example of broken rice, you really need a little more deeper understanding of what is the end product that it's going into. Have I really converted my product for the real end application? Say you want to supply rice flour that's made out of the broken rice coming out of your rice mill and supply it to, let's say, Nestle, to the baby food segment. Now, those people would want a certain, say, gelatinization properties, certain viscosity properties, or certain starch damages. Are you able to achieve all those things with the broken rice composition is a very key question that you have to answer. So I think it's a process of discovery, and if there are specific use cases that the audience here might have, we would be happy to work with you people. Thank you.
See, the important aspect is that We have to make innovation a part of the corporate culture where you are, and quality circles with cross-functional teams are extremely important because you can't expect everything to come from a research institution. There may be some solutions which you have to tailor make yourself because the answers need to come from the organization and the stakeholders within the organization. So somewhere down the line, we should try and emulate the Japanese model of quality circles with cross-functional teams where these kind of issues are addressed, and I'm quite sure you will come with magical solutions. And that is what success is all about. Getting a solution from one university or an institute and transplanting in your organization is probably not the answer. So this is what I would encourage you and all the others, that let's go back to the Japanese model of quality circles, make cross-functional teams and let them address this issue. And I'm quite sure the youngsters today would have really good answers. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, sir. You specifically mentioned about top crops, so tomato is one of those. Now there are certain alternate things that can also be valorized at the time, like taken out of the proper waste. And probably NIFTEM is also looking forward to have a center of excellence on bio-valorization. The things are on card, and our director sir is looking forward to have it at earliest. But there are certain things also. For example, in case of tomato, if we look like what kind of waste we are targeting is very important aspect, and the second aspect is the volume of waste that is being generated, because in most of the cases the waste coming out of from the handling of fresh fruits and vegetables is of different quality, and the waste that comes out from the processing industry is of different quality. It's a very simple part, we set some experiments on bio-valorization tomato seed. So now we are looking forward for that, whether a seed that is coming from the tomato plant, like if we just crush it and take the tomato seed out of it, what is the seed protein content in that? Tomato seed is also used for extracting oil. It has pharma and some industry utilization as well. So, but does the same kind of protein stays back in the seed that comes out after our industry has crushed it after blanching and heat treatment? And can you easily separate the pulp of that tomato waste and seeds of those tomato waste? So these are certain aspects that needs to be looked into, that what is exactly the kind of waste is being generated and targeted, and what potential solutions can be there. So if it is coming from, say for example, from the fresh tomato peel, there is potential chances of getting natural colorants and antioxidants and enzymes extracted out of it. On the other side, we can also look forward for, if it is coming from the other side, can it be converted into a cattle feed or so, which is a processed one, which may not have any anti-nutrient also reserved out of it. So this may be a case specific or waste specific kind of activity that you can look forward and target for getting out. This is a very on a larger side I'm just sharing, but there can be things which can be more specific about it. So thank you very much, sir. Any other question coming? Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this session. This was really good. My question is to, my name is Raju Prajapati and I'm from AgriVision Free Private Limited. I'm the founder of that. My question is, Sunil sir, you told that 6 years back this FIXI came, and this food technology domain also has been very new. NIFTEM came, NIFTEM got Institute of National Importance. That time onwards, like we started focusing in food technology. Last 10-20 years, I'm food technology graduate and master's as well. So in FIXI, there are a lot of good courses. This food fair also is good. But in, sir, it is, the problem of that is we are not, I mean, most of the colleges in India, agriculture universities where food technology is there, students generally don't know. Now, coming to industry part, whenever they are going to hire any institution, they ask for except curriculum, what else you have as a skills and all, like in food safety or quality or HACCP and all this food trainings. So there are two questions of mine. One is Fixie is doing something that we can reach to all the colleges, and second is if any, because I'm also in capacity building, so how any form can be collaborated with Fixie to make it accessible to all the students, even let's say food and ride, these BSc courses or food nutrition courses, public health and food technology. So thank you so much.
That's a very good question. In fact, first and foremost, the new education policy which has come up, that is integrated skill programs in the formal education as well. So, like the American system, the courses that have been created by us and approved by NCBT carry credit hours. So, if a student, it depends on the university, if the student is doing a program in BTech, say mechanical engineering, can pick up a course and get credit hours. I would say that we are reaching out to the universities, and we have signed MOUs with almost 25 private sector universities because they are more nimble and they have a bigger need to improve the placement quotient of their students. So I'm quite sure in the coming academic year, since this policy has been now promulgated, it is now in the implementation phase. So I'm quite sure that we will be introducing some of our programs very clearly in the colleges and in the universities. The second question which you had was with the private sector.
Yeah, if any.
So there are two ways in which it can be done. First of all, our courses are for public good. They are available without any cost. They can be accessed. Our participant handbooks and other things can be accessed. We are in a position to help the organization to train their supervisors, and in turn they can train the workers or the other workforce. So we do the TOT and we do the assessment and certification. The training can be held within the organization, and we would be getting involved in assessment and certification of the candidates. One other aspect which we have is the learning management system. On the go, people can do various programs, which we have around 13 programs right now. So a busy executive it may not be possible to get into a classroom, because I've seen that in corporate context, upskilling is very tough because you can't get people away from their workspace. So we are trying to double these programs in the coming years, and we are hoping that the executives who are busy and the organizations would use that. Our courses are very, very reasonably priced, 199 to 299 kind of prices, very reasonable, so people can do, and they can get a certificate also by doing an online assessment.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Hello everyone, my name is Ankit. I am co-founder of HubChick F&B Private Limited. We have identified a problem nowadays happening in protein supplement industry. India is importing around $2 billion of whey protein every year from different countries. And because of this, adulteration happens. 80% of protein supplements available in market are fake. So to counter this, we have taken chicken breast as base, and we have developed chicken protein isolate powder and chicken protein bars. So we did this with a very small manufacturing plant, and right in last 12 months, we have sold around 15 lakhs of our products on D2C channels, direct to consumer, Amazon, Flipkart. We have our own website also. So now my question is with Mr. Sridhar that we developed these products, like we have 8 SKU products. So we did this with very small machines, like prototype machines. We are using pulverizer, which is 2 horsepower pulverizer. We are using oven cum dryer. So these machines are very small machines, but product is developed. We have like 100 influencers who are promoting our product. They are liking the product. So now in terms of nutrition, quality is done, but the challenge I am facing is taste. So with small machinery, I think that taste can be improvised if we have better machines. So what you suggest I have to do for this?
Okay, so again, unfortunately, if the starting point is say a wet material, we do not have solutions there. But for those of you who might be interested in the plant-based value chain and then the so-called bean to burger space, Bueller has built up partnerships across the value chain. For example, input, say intake of the raw material to the ground floor is something Bueller can do. This is our core competency. From there to the fine powder conversion is a collaboration that we have built up with another company called Hosokawa. From the fine powder, the concentrates, where you have about 60-65% of proteins, to the isolate production is a wet process. There we have tied up with a company called Flotweg. Yeah, and then once you have your isolates, the filtration has to happen, and we have another collaboration with a company called MMS. So you finally have your protein extract in the powder, and then you want to extrude it and then give it the shape and the texture to whatever form that you want to convert it into. Bueller has figured out this art of aerating the extruded products in such a way that you get any form and texture that you wish, the texture of a fish fillet, the chicken breast, or whatever form and the texture that you might want to give. So for the end product, sir, you were specifically talking about the flavor, right? We have a partnership with a top flavor house called Givaudan. And with Givaudan, we have set up a protein innovation center in our application facility in Singapore. So the extruder is from Bueller, but the flavoring inputs happen from Givaudan. You could actually take your ingredients and have it tested there. And there are many startups in India who have also gone through the route in India to reach out to our application centers in, say, in Switzerland or in Singapore to finally test their product with the right flavoring, with the right texture and all these. So this is definitely possible, but on the plant-based side. So if again that's of any use to the plant-based participants here.
Any other question from the audience? Yes, please.
Good afternoon to everyone. Sir, my question is to Marva, sir. As you mentioned that we can use polymers instead of plastics and all, so but we have to pay more for them. So I don't think so the normal person or the middle class man can afford those products. Because as a customer point of view, I see that is one of the reasons that startup fails, because their product cost is too high. So is there any solution or suggestions from your side that how they can manage their product cost? Because they are claiming that they are using organic raw materials and their packaging material is means good, or they are using polymers. So, but I don't think so the normal person or people can afford those products because their product cost is too high.
That's very true, but biopolymers will take time to shape up. But people are using paper, different types of paper. People are using wood. People are using glass, and milk, for example, the mother dairy concept of bringing your own container. That is also, can we have reusable containers? So those are some of the things which have to be thought of. This is work in progress. I don't think we've sorted it out. Our biggest pollutants are basically the milk packages which are being consumed by us on a daily basis and thrown into the system. We don't have a solution for that. The largest manufacturer, Amul, doesn't have an answer for it, but I think we need to all jointly address it and change our habits. But what I was trying to emphasize here is that the customer also knows that pollution or not being environment friendly is not a good thing. So they will pay a little extra, but they will not probably pay you double the price. So, but that is one aspect of it. Second aspect which I can tell you is that as a startup, when you look at your raw material cost is actually makes or breaks your project. It's not the packaging so much, because ultimately the packaging can be reduced, but your raw material cost, which is the heart of your product, if that is beyond 15% of a selling price, you have a problem. So I would really appeal to all the startups here that benchmark your raw material costs, because your raw material costs are key. So where you locate your plant, how you procure, those are the things which are very vital. Packaging and other things you can play around and you can do things which would help you. But to answer your question, it is work in progress. People are talking about it, but paper has come in, glass is being used. It depends on what product you are really wanting to sell or you manufacturing. So there are eco-friendly solutions also available. And if you are, in a way, you can communicate to your customers that you are saving the environment, they may pay you a little extra.
Thank you, sir.
One last question before we go to the final round with our panel of experts. Anyone? There is one.
Hello, again, this is Gyan from Intracker. My question will direct to Sanjay. Sanjay, what do you want from the government? What kind of policies should be there? No, it is a Make in India initiative, Startup India, Invest India. So what government should do to take your product globally? What are your expectations from the government? No, that's very important in terms of tax cutting, all these things, regulation, no. And also we have to share the startups, no. New tech startups are coming there. And also my second question will be regarding to your particular company. Do you find any competitors in this space? And if you find any competitors in this space, what are the differentiators kept to differentiate from other players in this space? Please, thank you.
Sure, thank you. Very easy question, no? So I think firstly, I think the business environment in India has been fascinating over the past 10 years. Company's only 8.5 years, and before that I was in school, so I wasn't too familiar with how things were operating. But I'll talk only about the past 8.5 years. It's been fundamentally different in terms of how things have improved. My company would not be possible 10-15 years ago in terms of how we operate today. We pay all of our farmers 100% online digitally because of the bank account system that have been set up. There's no cash involved in anything that we do. The road networks that have been improving over the past half a decade or so, especially, have fundamentally reduced the cost of logistics for our company. So therefore, we're able to pass that benefit on to the farmers or the customers as well. The ease of doing business in the country has gotten a lot simpler also, especially with the GST angle, giving a lot more clarity as to where things should be built. Now, if we were just fruits and vegetables, that wasn't a problem, but now that we're in packaged goods and all that as well, it's a little bit more complexity that would have been there, which thankfully nowadays is not there. So it's much, much cleaner and clearer as to how we should be operating. Other than that, the only thing that us and other companies in this space have been talking about in terms of an ask of the government, despite all the support that we've been getting, there's so many grants and subsidies that are available to people across the entire industry. There are some state level, central level, some NGO level, some private company CSR level, and there are a lot of different people who are making grants and projects for subsidies available for projects across the entire food and agri space. But identifying, finding them, applying for them, and finally winning those grants has been a challenge for people across over the past 5-6 years or so. So we've been looking for a sort of single platform through which we can just access and say, okay, we are in this kind of company, in this industry, in this region, what are we eligible for? And as a single window, be able to see all of those things and then apply to the respective grants and subsidies. Maybe for us as a company, we might be a little bit too large, but for MSMEs out there that could benefit greatly from things like this, that would be something that we've been talking about for quite some time. Now, on the second question, in terms of competitors, absolutely. This is an $850 billion market in B2B grocery supply chain in India. Waycool is $250 million of value, so we are a drop in the ocean in terms of what the company is doing. Now, in terms of the actual value chain of how we operate with the entire farm to fork supply chain control, the tech element, the food processing element, the branded goods, etc., there is no apples to apples competitor. And I'm sorry to use a fruit pun, but there's no apples to apples competitor here. There are people who do parts of what we do. There'll definitely be somebody that has a packaging company. We have a contract manufacturing facility that we package our own rice, pulses, spices, etc. in our own facility. There'll be somebody that does that and they'll probably be doing it very well. So they'll technically be competing with us in that line of what we do. But across the entire value chain and with the Waycool model in terms of how we set it up, we don't necessarily have a direct competitor that way. But reality is none of the new age companies, Waycool included, are relevant enough to claim that we have competition in this industry. The real business is still being done by the traditional economy through whom majority of the supply chain actually flows. And I think that's been pretty exciting and humbling, of course, for entrepreneurs like myself to come into this industry and learn about what is actually happening here, and designing business models that don't focus on the traditional angle of disruption and saying how can I bypass everybody who's operating in the system and do it better, but rather trying to look at, okay, who's currently in the system, how can I be a part of this process, how can I uplift the current processes that are happening today. And those are the business models that I think, especially in an economy like India, given the number of different players that you have, business models that are focusing on the uplifting of an existing ecosystem and being that, as we say, the rising tide that lifts all boats. That kind of business model, the Waycool is trying to build and shift more towards. That kind of a model is something that we aspire to, and we think there's a lot more potential for that in the country as well. Hope that answers the question.
So we would like to be on the closing side of this session. We are quite coming to the end part of this whole discussion. I'm sure audience would have taken some very important takeaways in this, which started from supply chain aspect, sustainability and skill aspects of this, talking to machines and finally going to the right product. So I will request all the panelists to be very precise and we take it as a rapid fire round. Just to keep the pace. And I probably, the first question comes to Shashidharji, talking about that, how do you see innovations in machines as two major recommendations for the startups?
Again, Sunilji, you mentioned about the cost of raw material really playing a make or break, right? Now, this is a lesson. Handling raw materials is about 80% of the headache for any processor. Machines and operations, honestly speaking, even though we are in that business of selling machines and plants, it's usually the smaller thing a processor would have to worry about. Where do you source from? Are you sourcing it right? Are you selling it right? These are the most important questions, right? So once the grains or whatever the input comes into the processing plant, what is the care with which you handle this and make sure that there are no losses that are happening? I think you really have to keep a watch on this. And this is where, choosing the most innovative solution, the cutting edge technology in terms of processes and machineries is very important, so that you really respect and value the very, very valuable raw material which could break your business. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Mr. Sanjay, I would like to mention a very specific thing about that. After graduation, he has pursued entrepreneurship. He belongs to one of the most prestigious colleges, Babson College from Boston. So my direct question to you, how do you see entrepreneurs coming up, taking the startups, specifically two major qualities that they should look forward, how to start with it?
Thank you. So I think that there have been a couple of different waves of entrepreneurship in the country, right? You had the early 2000s waves where it was a very tech services oriented kind of thing, where the innovation was being done in countries outside and we were kind of the back office of the world mostly. And that was the kind of first phase of like Indian entrepreneurship that happened. And then in the, as you can see, 2005, 2012 or so, you had the next phase, which I call the X of Y phase of entrepreneurship, where people looked at business models that worked in other countries and copy-pasted them in India. So this would be Amazon of India, so X of Y, Uber of India, WeWork of India, etc. Which still, there is a place for that, but with the moment you double-click a little bit and understand more about the Indian demographic and the kind of the fact that there is no cohesive Indian kind of structure, then you understand that you have multiple different segments of socioeconomic classes living in the same area. So you don't have a X of Y copy pastable model beyond about 150 million people in the country, which means about 90% of the country is unserved by these X of Y business models. Now, over the past 5 years, the most successful businesses that I've been seeing in terms of the models that are being set up, and I think will be the future for where the entrepreneurship ecosystem trends in the country, will be towards those that are technically actually built for the country. And I will claim that Waycool is one such company. What I mean by that is, yes, there are learnings and best practices in different parts of the world that might be applicable to the industry and company that you're operating in, but it's not that you can't always copy paste the entire thing. Take agri, for example. Average US farm holding is 500 to 600 acres per farm. Average Indian holding is 2.5 acres per farm. So the combine harvester that they use to harvest things in the US won't fit on an Indian farm. So you fundamentally need a different approach to how business model works. So the first point in terms of what you should be looking for when you think about your business model is it built for India, not a copy-pasted model. The second point is understanding the level of responsibility you take as an entrepreneur. Everybody jokes that people who start their own companies want to be their own boss. The reality is everybody else is your boss if you're an entrepreneur. The responsibility you have towards your investors, towards your employees, towards your stakeholders, you are the person that everybody looks to solve problems. Regardless of your age, experience, whatever it might be, if you are the co-founder of the company, means that you are the person that has the responsibility to make sure that other people are taken care of. So it is a responsibility that you must have as an entrepreneur, which many people in the startup ecosystem may not have taken as seriously in the past, which moving forward we need to be very, very aggressive about to protect not just your company and your stakeholders, but the larger startup ecosystem as well. So a little bit longer, I apologize, but that's my answer.
Beautiful remarks and answer. So just straight away recommendation from Marwa sir, that how do you see the skill aspects for the budding entrepreneurs and startup? What they should possess?
Well, I think there are few things. One is, of course, a high level of creativity. That's very important because if you're not creative enough, you'll not find the right solutions. You have to be a bit mad to venture into entrepreneurship without having some ideas. So creativity is extremely important. Number two is having your ears to the ground. Because unless and until you understand what a customer wants, you'll not be able to produce the right product. And mind you, it is almost like the Valentine's Day today, because you may lose the customer the next Valentine's Day, like you may lose your girlfriend the next Valentine. So unless and until you innovate and come up with new offerings all the time, your customer is not with you anymore. And what used to be, people used to say loyalty. When I was in the management school, people used to ask, there used to be a question that, customer loyalty, people said toothpaste, people never change. But today even toothpaste are changed and everybody uses different toothpaste at different times, morning and evening. So similarly in food is more dynamic. Other than staples, people move from one packaged products to another like drop of a hat. It's like finding the latest restaurant in town and going and eating there and then just forgetting about it. So I think getting the customer's pulse is the very, very key, and innovation based on what the customer's buying is, customer needs are, that's really crucial. And whoever has done that has been able to come up as a winner. It is not a static environment. We are in a very, very dynamic environment, and food has become very, very dynamic because Indians never used to go beyond dal, roti and maybe dosa. Beyond that, they never went. But today you see everything is being consumed, right? From Mexican to Chinese and what have you. So food also has to take care of the changing trends and rapidly changing trends.
Thank you very much, sir. So just wrapping up very quickly, that I put my all trust in the audience, and with the support of my panel members, I'm sure that we definitely would be looking forward to transform the food processing systems through innovations. And I congratulate the team of Invest India, and with the support from Ministry Food Processing Industries and my own institute, NIFTEM, to take this a step forward in this ecosystem of starting up the new ventures and bringing up the entrepreneurship culture in India. So thank you very much to all my senior panelist members. Now, before we conclude, I request our Honorable Secretary Ma'am to kindly join us on stage for, yeah. So please put your hands together, everyone in the house, to welcome. And I request the team for the mementos for. Would you like to say something before we continue?
No, I think people have heard enough. I don't need to give more gyan. So you may have to turn around and come.
कैसे हम अपने प्रोडक्ट को हाईली रिच इन न्यूट्रिशन के साथ साथ बाकी सारे न्यूट्रिशनल को भी बैलेंस कर सकें। तो ये सारा मेंटरशिप एंड सपोर्ट निफ्टम के एक्सपर्ट द्वारा हम लोगों को मिला, जिससे कि हम लोगों को प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट में बहुत हेल्प हुई।
मेरी फ्रेंड ने, हम दोनों ने मिलके ऐसा सोचा कि कुछ ऐसा काम करें जो कि ऑलरेडी मार्केट में अवेलेबल नहीं है। तो हमने इम्यूनिटी को चुना कि इम्यूनिटी के ऊपर काम करना चाहिए। उस टाइम पे हमने एक प्रोडक्ट चुना जो कि तुलसी नासे हीलर है, जो कि तुलसी से बना हुआ है। और निफ्टम से जब मुझे ग्रांट मिली तो इसका हमने प्रारूप पूरा चेंज कर दिया, हमने रूपरेखा टोटल चेंज कर दी। उसके बाद ये प्रोडक्ट हमारा मार्केट में भी जाने लग गया और हमारा जो ये प्रोडक्ट है एक्सपोर्ट भी हो रहा है इस टाइम पे, क्योंकि ये आयुष प्रमाणित है और लोगों के बड़े अच्छे रिव्यूज़ है इसके ऊपर। बिकॉज ये सिर्फ वेलनेस के लिए भी काम करता है, सिर्फ कोविड में नहीं, सिर्फ ये वेलनेस के लिए भी काम करता है, ये एंटी पोल्यूशन में भी काम करता है। उसके बाद आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हमने अपने और प्रोडक्ट्स का चयन शुरू किया, जैसे लीवर टॉनिक हमने बनाया और हमने किडनी के ऊपर प्रोडक्ट बनाए, फिर ह्यूमन के ऊपर भी
कंप्लीट स्पोर्ट्स फिजियोलॉजी और बॉडी मैकेनिज्म को ध्यान में रखते हुए बनाया है कि हम प्री वर्कआउट में ऐसा क्या डालें जो अपनी स्पोर्ट्स एक्टिविटी के लिए या डेली रूटीन के लिए जो फिटनेस चाहते हैं वो उससे कैसे हेल्दी कंपोनेंट्स को लेके अपने आप को हेल्दी रख सकते हैं, अपने वर्कआउट रिजीम को एनहांस कर सकते हैं। और इसकी खासियत ये है कि दिस इज़ एब्सोल्युटली ग्लूटेन फ्री। कोई भी तरीके का हमने इसमें प्रिजर्वेटिव या फ्लेवरिंग एजेंट हमने इसमें नहीं डाला है। एंड इसकी खासियत ये है कि इन सभी कुकीज़ का जो बेस है वो हमने रागी, जो एक सुपर फूड है, उस मिलेट से ही बनाया है, जिसमें हमें सीरियल्स, पल्सेस, वेजिटेबल्स, फ्रूट्स, नट्स एंड ऑयल सीड्स ये लेना एक कंप्लीट डाइट या बैलेंस न्यूट्रिशन माना जाता है अगर हम इसे अप्रोप्रिएट अमाउंट में लें। तो इन्हीं 5 फूड कॉम्पोजिशंस को, मेजर कंपोनेंट्स को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने 5 कुकीज़ बनाई है ताकि हम सबको एक न्यूट्रिशियस और हेल्दी स्पोर्ट्स स्नैक या मील
We first clean all the grains that come in our facility. We soak it for 10 to 12 hours. We sprout and solar dry all our products.
I am Sandeep. I am co-founder at Sadhguru Superfood. My role is to ensure quality at every step, right from sourcing of raw material, processing, sprouting, packaging, until it reaches the customer's hand.
Recently, we have been incubated at NIFTM NTI-BIF, where we have got a wonderful opportunity to connect with the fellow food startups, and also the mentorship sessions that we have got were amazing. They were really helpful in my startup journey, and we are looking forward to the funding round, and I'm very happy that I was able to qualify these rounds and be connected and associated with NIFTM.
Startup is focuses on popularizing the concept of consuming mushroom through different types of products. Our aim is to provide healthy, affordable, nutritious food products to every household. लोगों ने कुछ इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट्स डेवलप किए थे, मशरूम सॉसेजेस एंड मशरूम टिक्की, लेकिन हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स जो है मार्केट फिट नहीं थे। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स में बहुत सारी सेंसरीज में इश्यूज थे। इसको लेकर मैं निफ्टम में मिला और निफ्टम के एक्सपर्ट्स के मेंटरिंग एंड गाइडेंस सपोर्ट से हम लोगों ने फिर से अपने प्रोडक्ट के रिफाइनमेंट के ऊपर काम करना शुरू किया, जिसमें कि हम लोग अपने प्रोडक्ट के बहुत सारी कमियों को जान पाए कि कैसे हम अपने प्रोडक्ट को हाईली रिच इन न्यूट्रिशन के साथ साथ बाकी सारे न्यूट्रिशनल को भी बैलेंस कर सकें। तो ये सारा मेंटरशिप एंड सपोर्ट निफ्टम के एक्सपर्ट द्वारा हम लोगों को मिला, जिससे कि हम लोगों को प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट में बहुत हेल्प हुई।
मेरी फ्रेंड ने, हम दोनों ने मिलके ऐसा सोचा कि कुछ ऐसा काम करें जो कि ऑलरेडी मार्केट में अवेलेबल नहीं है। तो हमने इम्यूनिटी को चुना कि इम्यूनिटी के ऊपर काम करना चाहिए। उस टाइम पे हमने एक प्रोडक्ट चुना जो कि तुलसी नासे इनहेलर है, जो कि तुलसी से बना हुआ है। और निफ्टम से जब मुझे ग्रांट मिली तो इसका हमने प्रारूप पूरा चेंज कर दिया, हमने रूपरेखा टोटल चेंज कर दी। उसके बाद ये प्रोडक्ट हमारा मार्केट में भी जाने लग गया और हमारा जो ये प्रोडक्ट है एक्सपोर्ट भी हो रहा है इस टाइम पे, क्योंकि ये आयुष प्रमाणित है और लोगों के बड़े अच्छे रिव्यूज़ है इसके ऊपर। बिकॉज ये सिर्फ वेलनेस के लिए भी काम करता है, सिर्फ कोविड में नहीं, सिर्फ ये वेलनेस के लिए भी काम करता है, ये एंटी पोल्यूशन में भी काम करता है। उसके बाद आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हमने अपने और प्रोडक्ट्स का चयन शुरू किया, जैसे लीवर टॉनिक हमने बनाया और हमने किडनी के ऊपर प्रोडक्ट्स बनाए। तो ह्यूमन के ऊपर भी प्रोडक्ट्स जो हमने बनाए वो बड़ी शुद्धता के साथ बनाए। और उसके साथ साथ हमने सिर्फ ह्यूमन के लिए काम नहीं किया, हमने पेट्स के लिए, हमने वेट्स के लिए भी काम शुरू किया। तो जितनी भी क्लासिकल पद्धतीज़ हैं उसके साथ साथ हमने इन प्रोडक्ट्स का भी इस्तेमाल शुरू किया। और हमारा अल्टीमेटली इम्यूनो का एक ही एम है कि लोगों की वेल्थ के लिए काम करना है।
Hi, I'm Ronak, co-founder of Made from Plant. We are trying to build a value-added supply chain around cereal processing and pulses processing, starting with plant-based drinks. Currently, we have 5 food drinks in our portfolio. One is classic, second is hazelnut, third is green caramel, and we have 2 shake versions, as well, mango and banana. So how Niftam is very close to me, as I am also a product of Niftam, and that's the key reason why I started a startup in food sector. Thank you.
हुआ कि जो लोगों की इम्यूनिटी कम होती उन्हें डिजीजेस जल्दी होने के चांसेस होते हैं। तो डेली की लाइफ में यानी डे टू डे की लाइफ में हम लोगों की डाइट में कैसे इम्यूनिटी, कैसे न्यूट्रिशन को ऐड कर सकें, उसके ऊपर काम करते हुए मैंने सार्गेनिक लॉन्च किया। वी एडेड द एशियंट विजडम ऑफ आयुर्वेदा, मीन्स आयुर्वेदिक हर्ब्स के बेनिफिट्स को हमने मॉडर्न कॉन्सेप्ट में ऐड किया सो दैट पीपल कैन टेक डेली इन देयर लाइफ। We are working on mindful snacking, we are working on thoughtful snacking, and side by side very yummy and healthy nutritional tasty snacks. निफ्टम की हेल्प से हमने अपने प्रोडक्ट्स के न्यूट्रिशन एनालिसिस करवाए, जिसके बाद हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स बहुत ही रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड न्यूट्रिशन देने वाले स्नैक्स बने। वी हैव प्रोटीन बार, we have nutrition bar with immunity boosting herbs, we have smarty bar like with ragi with halim seeds to increase the calcium level of the kids especially. So please come and join with us.
हमारा स्टार्टअप इंडिया के अंडर यूटिलाइज पोटेंशियल फ्रूट्स के ऊपर काम करता है, जैसे कि जामुन, आमरक, महुआ, कैथा, बेर। ईयर 2022 में निफ्टिम नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फूड टेक्नोलॉजी में हमने हमारे स्टार्टअप अब्रोसा को इंक्यूबेट किया था वर्चुअल मोड में, जिसमें निफ्टिम ने हमारी काफ़ी हेल्प की। एज पूरा बैकग्राउंड ही फूड टेक्नोलॉजी रिसर्च सेंटर एंड इनोवेशन से रिलेटेड था, और बहुत ही नेशनल लेवल पे जो कॉन्टैक्ट्स हैं, लिंक्स हैं, नेटवर्क है, उसमें निफ्टिम ने हमारी काफ़ी हेल्प एंड गाइडेंस दी। और दिवाली से रिलेटेड, कॉर्पोरेट कनेक्शन से रिलेटेड, स्टार्टअप कैसे काम करता है, स्टार्टअप कल्चर कैसे होता है, काफ़ी सारी क्लासेस, मॉनिटरिंग सेशंस वगैरह कंडक्ट किए थे। निफ्टिम हमें काफ़ी फ्रूटफुल रहा है हमारी जर्नी में।
Our team is implementing the NAFID NIFTM 10,000 FPO formation and promotion project. Under this project, NTBIF is setting up 25 women food processing FPOs in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Puducherry and Tamil Nadu state. The focus is on food processing for export quality standards under these FPOs. NTBIF will help these women SHG groups to be formed as women FPOs, and the team which is implementing has high-level NIFTM's pilot plants, NABL accredited food testing laboratories at their disposal to develop their products and test and certify them. It is expected that 10 to 20 export quality processed food products will be developed and tested against global food safety standards such as Australia, New Zealand, Codex Alimentarius, EU, food safety standards of India, Japan and US FDA. Ultimately, these women SHGs which were converged into FPOs would create sustainable linkages with Agri-Infrastructure Fund, APEDA for exports, MSME, One District One Product, Spruti, PMFME, NAP Kisan, etc. with credit linkages to expand and scale up their business. This will help these women FPOs to get aspirational high-skill jobs which are better paid, and ultimately resulting in doubling their income and doubling exports.
Hello, I'm Sindhu, Program Coordinator, working here on the NAFTA FPO projects at the Andaman. Andaman is home to coconut and also spice trees such as clove and cinnamon. Here we focused on farmer producer companies that generate coconut products and mobilized over 300 farmers in each of the blocks of Mayabandar and Diglipur in northern Middle Andaman district, and also at Putrapur and Little Andaman in the south Andaman district.
My name is M. Vishwanathan, working as State Project Manager in Tamil Nadu. The scheme is implemented in two states, namely Tamil Nadu State and the Union Territory of Pondicherry. Hello everyone. National Agricultural Marketing Federation Limited, NAFED, is also the implementing agency for the Central Sector Scheme and promotion of 10,000 new farmer producer organizations. National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, NIFTM, is working as CBO in this project. 10 types of crops: coconut, groundnut, chili, turmeric, cassava, maize, tamarind, pulses, mango, and jackfruit were selected through NIPTM. Processing training was provided through NIPTM, and the agricultural products were processed to export standards, and the agricultural products were priced and marketed by the farmers.
Hi, I am Dr. Shampa, Founder Director Cook Safari. We are manufacturers of ready-to-prepare food products. We prepare products जिससे कि आप अपनी डेली कुकिंग काफ़ी इजी कर सकते हैं। आज की जनरेशन में या आज के सिनेरियो में डेली कुकिंग एक बहुत बड़ी चैलेंज है, क्योंकि हमारी ट्रेडिशनल कुकिंग में बहुत टाइम लगता है और इसको करने में बहुत सारे हैसल्स भी हैं। तो हमने ऐसे प्रोडक्ट इंट्रोड्यूस किए हैं जिसमें कि ये जो डेली चैलेंजेस हैं, कुकिंग की जो डेली हैसल्स हैं, ये काफ़ी कम हो जाते हैं।
जोत कौर गंभीर, फाउंडर एंड एमडी टीवी डिलीशियस बाइट्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड से हूँ। हमारा स्टार्टअप है जो कुकीज़ के ऊपर काम कर रहा है। ये लुधियाना बेस्ड है। हमारी कुकीज़ प्रिजर्वेटिव फ्री एंड इसमें कोई भी हम केमिकल यूज़ नहीं करते, ना वेजिटेबल शॉर्टनिंग्स यूज़ करते हैं। मैंने घर से स्टार्ट किया था और मेरे को इतना अच्छा एक्सपोजर मिला कि मैंने अब अपना कैफ़े भी ओपन कर लिया। कैफ़े कम आउटलेट है जो लुधियाना में मॉडल टाउन में बेस्ड है। निफ्टम का भी मैं थैंक यू करना चाहती हूँ कि मैं वहाँ पे इंक्यूबेटिव थी तो मेरे को वहाँ से गाइडेंस मिली।
At Repeat Good, we make healthier and guilt-free alternatives to your regular junk food like ketchups, mayonnaise and sauces. Our sauces are 100% natural, completely plant-based and gluten-free without any refined sugar, any chemicals, any artificial flavors or colors or any preservatives. Our sauces are 10 times richer in protein, 50% less in fat, with a shelf life of 6 months. We are the first in India to do all these innovations in one product. We are delighted to be incubated by NIFTM Sonipat so that we can make everybody choose good, eat good, repeat good. Thank you.
मैं सोनीपत निफ्टम की एक इंक्यूबेटर हूँ। हमारा जो प्रोजेक्ट है वो यंग एथलीट्स जो 16+ एज ग्रुप के हैं उनके लिए एक हम कंप्लीट किट लेके आए हैं। इसको हमने कंप्लीट स्पोर्ट्स फिजियोलॉजी और बॉडी मैकेनिज्म को ध्यान में रखते हुए बनाया है कि हम प्री वर्कआउट में ऐसा क्या डालें जो अपनी स्पोर्ट्स एक्टिविटी के लिए या डेली रूटीन के लिए जो फिटनेस चाहते हैं वो उससे कैसे हेल्दी कंपोनेंट्स को लेके अपने आप को हेल्दी रख सकते हैं, अपने वर्कआउट रिजीम को एनहांस कर सकते हैं। और इसकी खासियत ये है कि दिस इज़ एब्सोल्युटली ग्लूटेन फ्री। कोई भी तरीके का हमने इसमें प्रिजर्वेटिव या फ्लेवरिंग एजेंट हमने इसमें नहीं डाला है। एंड इसकी खासियत ये है कि इन सभी कुकीज़ का जो बेस है वो हमने रागी जो एक सुपर फूड है उस मिलेट से ही बनाया है, जिसमें हमें सीरियल्स, पल्सेस, वेजिटेबल्स, फ्रूट्स एक कंप्लीट डाइट या बैलेंस न्यूट्रिशन माना जाता है अगर हम इसे अप्रोप्रिएट अमाउंट मिले। तो इन्हीं 5 फूड कॉम्पोजिशंस को, मेजर कंपोनेंट्स को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने 5 कुकीज़ बनाई हैं ताकि हम सबको एक न्यूट्रिशियस और हेल्दी स्पोर्ट स्नैक या
We first clean all the grains that come in our facility. We soak it for 10 to 12 hours. We sprout and solar dry all our products.
I am Sandeep. I am co-founder at Sadhguru Superfood. My role is to ensure quality at every step, right from sourcing of raw material, processing, sprouting, packaging, and till it reaches the customer's hand.
Recently, we have been incubated at NIFTM NTI BIF, where we have got a wonderful opportunity to connect connect with the fellow food startups, and also the mentorship sessions that we have got were amazing. They were really helpful in my startup journey, and we're looking forward to the funding round, and I'm very happy that I was able to qualify these rounds and be connected and associated with NIFTIM.
Startup which focuses on popularizing the concept of consuming mushroom through different types of products. Our aim is to provide healthy, affordable, nutritious food products to every household. लोगों ने कुछ इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट्स डेवलप किए थे, मशरूम सॉसेजेस एंड मशरूम टिक्की, लेकिन हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स जो है मार्केट फिट नहीं थे. हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स में बहुत सारी सेंसरीज में इश्यूज़ थे. इसको लेकर मैं निफ्टम में मिला और निफ्टम के एक्सपर्ट्स के मेंटरिंग एंड गाइडेंस सपोर्ट से हम लोगों ने फिर से अपने प्रोडक्ट के रिफाइनमेंट के ऊपर काम करना शुरू किया, जिसमें कि हम लोग अपने प्रोडक्ट के बहुत सारी कमियों को जान पाए कि कैसे हम अपने प्रोडक्ट को हाईली रिच इन न्यूट्रिशन के साथ साथ बाकी सारे न्यूट्रिशनल को भी बैलेंस कर सकें. तो ये सारा मेंटरशिप एंड सपोर्ट निफ्टम के एक्सपर्ट द्वारा हम लोगों को मिला, जिससे कि हम लोगों को प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट में बहुत हेल्प हुई.
मेरी फ्रेंड ने, हम दोनों ने मिलके ऐसा सोचा कि कुछ ऐसा काम करें जो कि ऑलरेडी मार्केट में अवेलेबल नहीं है. तो हमने इम्यूनिटी को चुना कि इम्यूनिटी के ऊपर काम करना चाहिए. उस टाइम पे हमने एक प्रोडक्ट चुना जो कि तुलसी नासे हीलर है, जो कि तुलसी से बना हुआ है. और निफ्टम से जब मुझे ग्रांट मिली तो इसका हमने प्रारूप पूरा चेंज कर दिया, हमने रूपरेखा टोटल चेंज कर दी. उसके बाद ये प्रोडक्ट हमारा मार्केट में भी जाने लग गया और हमारा जो ये प्रोडक्ट है एक्सपोर्ट भी हो रहा है इस टाइम पे, क्योंकि ये आयुष प्रमाणित है और लोगों के बड़े अच्छे रिव्यूज़ है इसके ऊपर. बिकॉज ये सिर्फ वेलनेस के लिए भी काम करता है, सिर्फ कोविड में नहीं, सिर्फ ये वेलनेस के लिए भी काम करता है, ये एंटी पोल्यूशन में भी काम करता है. उसके बाद आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हमने अपने और प्रोडक्ट्स का चयन शुरू किया, जैसे लीवर टॉनिक हमने बनाया और हमने किडनी के ऊपर प्रोडक्ट्स बनाए. तो ह्यूमन के ऊपर भी प्रोडक्ट्स जो हमने बनाए वो बड़ी शुद्धता के साथ बनाए. और उसके साथ साथ हमने सिर्फ ह्यूमन के लिए काम नहीं किया, हमने पेट्स के लिए, हमने वेट्स के लिए भी काम शुरू किया. तो जितनी भी क्लासिकल पद्धतीज़ हैं उसके साथ साथ हमने इन प्रोडक्ट्स का भी इस्तेमाल शुरू किया. और हमारा अल्टीमेटली इम्यूनो का एक ही एम है कि लोगों की वेल्थ के लिए काम करना है.
Hi, I'm Ronak, co-founder of Made from Plant. We are trying to build a value-added supply chain around cereal processing and pulses processing, starting with plant-based drinks. Currently, we have 5 food drinks in our portfolio. One is classic, second is hazelnut, third is green caramel, and we have 2 shake versions, general, mango and banana. So how do I know Niftam? Niftam is very close to me as I am also a product of Niftam, and that's the key reason why I started a startup in food sector. Thank you.
अपनी 27 साल की प्रैक्टिस में मुझे रियलाइज़ हुआ कि जो लोगों की इम्यूनिटी कम होती है उन्हें डिजीज़ेस जल्दी होने के चांसेस होते हैं. तो डेली की लाइफ में, यानी डे टू डे की लाइफ में हम लोगों की डाइट में कैसे इम्यूनिटी, कैसे न्यूट्रिशन को ऐड कर सकें, उसके ऊपर काम करते हुए मैंने सार्गेनिक लॉन्च किया. वी एडेड द एशियंट विजडम ऑफ आयुर्वेदा, मीन्स आयुर्वेदिक हर्ब्स के बेनिफिट्स को हमने मॉडर्न कॉन्सेप्ट में ऐड किया सो दैट पीपल कैन टेक डेली इन देयर लाइफ. वी आर वर्किंग ऑन माइंडफुल स्नैकिंग, we are working on thoughtful snacking, and side by side very yummy and healthy nutritional tasty snacks. निफ्टम की हेल्प से हमने अपने प्रोडक्ट्स के न्यूट्रिशन एनालिसिस करवाए, जिसके बाद हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स बहुत ही रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड न्यूट्रिशन देने वाले स्नैक्स बने. वी हैव प्रोटीन बार, we have nutrition bar with immunity boosting herbs, we have smarty bar like with ragi, with halim seeds to increase the calcium level of the kids especially. So please come and join with us.
हमारा स्टार्टअप इंडिया के अंडर यूटिलाइज पोटेंशियल फ्रूट्स के ऊपर काम करता है, जैसे कि जामुन, आमरक, महुआ, कैथा, बेर. ईयर 2022 में निफ्टिम नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फूड टेक्नोलॉजी में हमने हमारे स्टार्टअप अब्रोसा को इंक्यूबेट किया था वर्चुअल मोड में, जिसमें निफ्टिम ने हमारी काफ़ी हेल्प की एज पूरा बैकग्राउंड ही फूड टेक्नोलॉजी रिसर्च सेंटर एंड इनोवेशन से रिलेटेड था और बहुत ही नेशनल लेवल पे जो कॉन्टैक्ट्स हैं, लिंक्स हैं, नेटवर्क है, उसमें निफ्टिम ने हमारी काफ़ी हेल्प एंड गाइडेंस दी। और दिवाली से रिलेटेड, कॉर्पोरेट कनेक्शन से रिलेटेड, स्टार्टअप कैसे काम करता है, स्टार्टअप कल्चर कैसे होता है, काफ़ी सारी क्लासेस, मॉनिटरिंग सेशंस वगैरह कंडक्ट किए थे। निफ्टिम हमें काफ़ी फ्रूटफुल रहा है हमारी जर्नी में।
Our team is implementing the NAFED NIFTM 10,000 FPO formation and promotion project. Under this project, NTBIF is setting up 25 women food processing FPOs in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Puducherry and Tamil Nadu state. The focus is on food processing for export quality standards under these FPOs. NTBIF will help these women SHG groups to be formed as women FPOs, and the team which is implementing has high-level NIFTM's pilot plants, NABL accredited food testing laboratories at their disposal to develop their products and test and certify them. It is expected that 10 to 20 export quality processed food products will be developed and tested against global food safety standards such as Australia, New Zealand, Codex Alimentarius, EU, food safety standards of India, Japan and US FDA. Ultimately, these women SHGs which were converged into FPOs would create sustainable linkages with Agri Infrastructure Fund, APEDA for exports, MSME, One District One Product, Spruti, PMFME, NAP Kisan, etc. with credit linkages to expand and scale up their business. This will help these women FPOs to get aspirational, high-skilled jobs which are better paid and ultimately resulting in doubling their income and doubling exports.
Hello, I'm Sindhu, Program Coordinator, working here on the NAFED FPO projects at the Andaman. Andaman is home to coconut and also spice trees such as clove and cinnamon. Here we focused on farmer producer companies that generate coconut products and mobilized over 300 farmers in each of the blocks of Mayabandar and Diglipur in northern Middle Andaman district, and also at Putrapur and Little Andaman in the south Andaman district.
My name is M. Vishwanathan, working as State Project Manager in Tamil Nadu. The scheme is implemented in two states, namely Tamil Nadu State and the Union Territory of Pondicherry. Hello everyone. National Agricultural Marketing Federation Limited, NAFED, is also the implementing agency for the Central Sector Scheme and promotion of 10,000 new farmer producer organizations. National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, NIFTM, is working as CBO in this project. 10 types of crops: coconut, groundnut, chili, turmeric, cassava, maize, tamarind, pulses, mango and jackfruit were selected through NIFTM. Processing training was provided through NIFTM, and the agricultural products were processed to export standards, and the agricultural products were priced and marketed by the farmers.
Hi, I am Dr. Shampa, Founder Director Cook Safari. We are manufacturers of ready-to-prepare food products. We prepare products जिससे कि आप अपनी डेली कुकिंग काफ़ी इजी कर सकते हैं। आज की जनरेशन में या आज के सिनेरियो में डेली कुकिंग एक बहुत बड़ी चैलेंज है, क्योंकि हमारी ट्रेडिशनल कुकिंग में बहुत टाइम लगता है और इसको करने में बहुत सारे हैसल्स भी हैं। तो हमने ऐसे प्रोडक्ट इंट्रोड्यूस किए हैं जिसमें कि ये जो डेली चैलेंजेस हैं, कुकिंग की जो डेली हैसल्स हैं, ये काफ़ी कम हो जाते हैं।
मैंने घर से स्टार्ट किया था और मेरे को इतना अच्छा एक्सपोजर मिला कि मैंने अब अपना कैफ़े भी ओपन कर लिया। कैफ़े कम आउटलेट है जो लुधियाना में मॉडल टाउन में बेस्ड है। निफ्टम का भी मैं थैंक यू करना चाहती हूँ कि मैं वहाँ पे इंक्यूबेटिव थी तो मेरे को वहाँ से गाइडेंस मिली।
At Repeat Good, we make healthier and guilt-free alternatives to your regular junk food like ketchups, mayonnaise and sauces. Our sauces are 100% natural, completely plant-based and gluten-free without any refined sugar, any chemicals, any artificial flavors or colors or any preservatives. Our sauces are 10 times richer in protein, 50% less in fat with a shelf life of 6 months. We are the first in India to do all these innovations in one product. We are delighted to be incubated by Niftim Sonipat so that we can make everybody choose good, eat good, repeat good. Thank you.
मैं सोनीपत निफ्टम की एक इंक्यूबेटर हूँ। हमारा जो प्रोजेक्ट है वो यंग एथलीट्स जो 16 प्लस एज ग्रुप के हैं उनके लिए एक हम कंप्लीट किट लेके आए हैं। इसको हमने कंप्लीट स्पोर्ट्स फिजियोलॉजी और बॉडी मैकेनिज्म को ध्यान में रखते हुए बनाया है कि हम प्री वर्कआउट में ऐसा क्या डालें जो अपनी एक्टिविटी के लिए या डेली रूटीन के लिए जो फिटनेस चाहते हैं वो उससे कैसे हेल्दी कंपोनेंट्स को लेके अपने आप को हेल्दी रख सकते हैं, अपने वर्कआउट रिजीम को एनहांस कर सकते हैं। और इसकी खासियत ये है कि दिस इज़ एब्सोल्युटली ग्लूटेन फ्री। कोई भी तरीके का हमने इसमें प्रिजर्वेटिव या फ्लेवरिंग एजेंट हमने इसमें नहीं डाला है। एंड इसकी खासियत ये कि इन सभी कुकीज़ का जो बेस है वो हमने रागी जो एक सुपर फूड है उस मिलेट से ही बनाया है। हमें सीरियल्स, पल्सेस, वेजिटेबल्स, फ्रूट्स, नट्स एंड ऑयल सीड्स ये लेना एक कंप्लीट डाइट या बैलेंस न्यूट्रिशन माना जाता है अगर हम इसे अप्रोप्रिएट अमाउंट में लें। तो इन्हीं 5 फूड कॉम्पोजिशंस को मेजर कंपोनेंट्स को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने 5 कुकीज़ बनाई हैं ताकि हम सबको एक न्यूट्रिशियस और हेल्दी स्पोर्ट स्नैक या
We first clean all the grains that come in our facility. We soak it for 10 to 12 hours. We sprout and solar dry all our products.
I am Sandeep. I am co-founder at Sadhguru Superfood. My role is to ensure quality at every step, right from sourcing of raw material, processing, sprouting, packaging, until it reaches the customer's hand.
Recently, we have been incubated at Niftim NTI-BIF, where we have got a wonderful opportunity to connect with the fellow food startups, and also the mentorship sessions that we have got were amazing. They were really helpful in my startup journey, and we are looking forward to the funding round, and I'm very happy that I was able to qualify these rounds and be connected and associated with Niftim.
Startup which focuses on popularizing the concept of consuming mushroom through different types of products. Our aim is to provide healthy, affordable, nutritious food products to every household. लोगों ने कुछ इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट्स डेवलप किए थे, मशरूम सॉसेजेस एंड मशरूम टिक्की, लेकिन हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स जो है मार्केट फिट नहीं थे। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स में बहुत सारी सेंसरीज में इश्यूज़ थे। इसको लेकर मैं निफ्टम में मिला और निफ्टम के एक्सपर्ट्स के मेंटरिंग एंड गाइडेंस सपोर्ट से हम लोगों ने फिर से अपने प्रोडक्ट के रिफाइनमेंट के ऊपर काम करना शुरू किया, जिसमें कि जिसमें कि हम लोग अपने प्रोडक्ट के बहुत सारी कमियों को जान पाए कि कैसे हम अपने प्रोडक्ट को हाईली रिच इन न्यूट्रिशन के साथ साथ बाकी सारे न्यूट्रिशनल को भी बैलेंस कर सकें। तो ये सारा मेंटरशिप एंड सपोर्ट निफ्टम के एक्सपर्ट द्वारा हम लोगों को मिला, जिससे कि हम लोगों को प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट में बहुत हेल्प हुई।
मेरी फ्रेंड ने, हम दोनों ने मिलके ऐसा सोचा कि कुछ ऐसा काम करें जो कि ऑलरेडी मार्केट में अवेलेबल नहीं है। तो हमने इम्यूनिटी को चुना कि इम्यूनिटी के ऊपर काम करना चाहिए। उस टाइम पे हमने एक प्रोडक्ट चुना जो कि तुलसी नासे इनहेलर है, जो कि तुलसी से बना हुआ है। और निफ्टम से जब मुझे ग्रांट मिली तो इसका हमने प्रारूप पूरा चेंज कर दिया, हमने रूपरेखा टोटल चेंज कर दी। उसके बाद ये प्रोडक्ट हमारा मार्केट में भी जाने लग गया और हमारा जो ये प्रोडक्ट है एक्सपोर्ट भी हो रहा है इस टाइम पे, क्योंकि ये आयुष प्रमाणित है और लोगों के बड़े अच्छे रिव्यूज़ है इसके ऊपर। बिकॉज ये सिर्फ वेलनेस के लिए भी काम करता है, सिर्फ कोविड में नहीं, सिर्फ ये वेलनेस के लिए भी काम करता है, ये एंटी पोल्यूशन में भी काम करता है। उसके बाद आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हमने अपने और प्रोडक्ट्स का चयन शुरू किया, जैसे लीवर टॉनिक हमने बनाया और हमने किडनी के ऊपर प्रोडक्ट्स बनाए। तो ह्यूमन के ऊपर भी प्रोडक्ट्स जो हमने बनाए वो बड़ी शुद्धता के साथ बनाए। और उसके साथ साथ हमने सिर्फ ह्यूमन के लिए काम नहीं किया, हमने पेट्स के लिए, हमने वेट्स के लिए भी काम शुरू किया। तो भी क्लासिकल पद्धतिज़ हैं, उसके साथ साथ हमने इन प्रोडक्ट्स का भी इस्तेमाल शुरू किया। और हमारा अल्टीमेटली इम्यूनो का एक ही एम है कि लोगों की वेल्थ के लिए काम करना है।
Hi, I'm Ronak, co-founder of Made from Plant. We are trying to build a value-added supply chain around cereal processing and pulses processing, starting with plant-based drinks. Currently, we have 5 food drinks in our portfolio. One is classic, second is hazelnut, third is cream caramel, and we have 2 shake versions, general, mango and banana. So how do I know Niftam? Niftam is very close to me as I am also a product of Niftam, and that's the key reason why I started a startup in food sector. Thank you.
अपनी 27 साल की प्रैक्टिस में मुझे रियलाइज़ हुआ कि जो लोगों की इम्यूनिटी कम होती है उन्हें डिजीज़ेस जल्दी होने के चांसेस होते हैं। तो डेली की लाइफ में, यानी डे टू डे की लाइफ में हम लोगों की डाइट में कैसे इम्यूनिटी, कैसे न्यूट्रिशन को ऐड कर सकें, उसके ऊपर काम करते हुए मैंने सार्गेनिक लॉन्च किया। वी एडेड द एशियंट विजडम ऑफ आयुर्वेदा, मीन्स आयुर्वेदिक हर्ब्स के बेनिफिट्स को हमने मॉडर्न कॉन्सेप्ट में ऐड किया सो दैट पीपल कैन टेक डेली इन देयर लाइफ। वी आर वर्किंग ऑन माइंडफुल स्नैकिंग, वी आर वर्किंग ऑन thoughtful snacking, and side by side very yummy and healthy nutritional tasty snacks. निफ्टम की हेल्प से हमने अपने प्रोडक्ट्स के न्यूट्रिशन एनालिसिस करवाए, जिसके बाद हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स बहुत ही रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड न्यूट्रिशन देने वाले स्नैक्स बने। We have protein bar, we have nutrition bar with immunity boosting herbs. We have Smarty bar like with the ragi, with halim seeds to increase the calcium level of the kids especially. So please come and join with us.
हमारा स्टार्टअप इंडिया के अंडर यूटिलाइज पोटेंशियल फ्रूट्स के ऊपर काम करता है, जैसे कि जामुन, आमरक, महुआ, कैथा, बेर। ईयर 2022 में निफ्टिम नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फूड टेक्नोलॉजी में हमने हमारे स्टार्टअप अब्रोसा को इंक्यूबेट किया था वर्चुअल मोड में, जिसमें निफ्टिम ने हमारी काफ़ी हेल्प की एज पूरा बैकग्राउंड ही फूड टेक्नोलॉजी रिसर्च सेंटर एंड इनोवेशन से रिलेटेड था, और बहुत ही नेशनल लेवल पे जो कॉन्टैक्ट्स हैं, लिंक्स हैं, नेटवर्क है, उसमें निफ्टिम ने हमारी काफ़ी हेल्प एंड गाइडेंस दी। और दिवाली से रिलेटेड, कॉर्पोरेट कनेक्शन से रिलेटेड, स्टार्टअप कैसे काम करता है, स्टार्टअप कल्चर कैसे होता है, काफ़ी सारी क्लासेस, मॉनिटरिंग सेशंस वगैरह कंडक्ट किए थे। निफ्टिम हमें काफ़ी फ्रूटफुल रहा है हमारी जर्नी में।
Our team is implementing the NAFED NIFTM 10,000 FPO formation and promotion project. Under this project, NTBIF is setting up 25 women food processing FPOs in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Puducherry and Tamil Nadu state. The focus is on food processing for export quality standards under these FPOs. NTBIF will help these women SHG groups to be formed as a women FPOs, and the team which is implementing has high-level NIFTM's pilot plants, NABL accredited food testing laboratories at their disposal to develop their products and test and certify them. It is expected that 10 to 20 export quality processed food products will be developed and tested against global food safety standards such as Australia, New Zealand, Codex Alimentarius, EU, food safety standards of India, Japan and US FDA. Ultimately, these women SHGs which were converged into FPOs would create sustainable.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Agri Infrastructure Fund, APEDA for exports.
I would request
MSME,
all of you to please just inform your counterparts to join back in the auditorium. We are going to start the session. Maybe just a small tickle to your fellow colleagues will help us to bring back the audience. In next 2-3 minutes, we'll start the session. startups and institutions. I would request all the panelists and the moderators to be part of this stage, August Dias, please. I would request Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, Director. From TCPL. Please give a big round of applause to all the panelists and the members. Thank you. So now I would request Oberoi sir to please take over.
You know, the toughest thing in the world what is the toughest thing in the world post-lunch? And what is the easiest thing post-lunch? Go for a nap. Yeah. Big brand these days, and Nestle everybody knows is a multinational. So there is nothing much to be talked about that. And I feel that, you know, every company these days look at having different verticals to drive the economy. So we have with us a lot of startups. And these startups, in fact, have been here with us for the past 2 days. We've had a very good financial management session in the morning. And then you saw just before the lunch break, we've had a session in which we talked about the food transformation, food processing transformations. We've discussed a lot about innovations. But then, you know, doing something in that space?
Yes. So thank you. So I'll give you two perspectives. One is from the consumer side, because that's also equally important, and the second is from the regulation or compliance point of view. Because on both directions we are moving towards sustainability. So starting with the point that why should companies be focusing on innovation in packaging? Back before packaged products came into picture, we used to make products by hand, and that whole handmade artisan is something that was the starting point of moving into packaged food. Then we moved into packaged foods in which everything was more like a factory made. Now the consumer himself or herself is also looking at those options which are slightly more curated in nature, and that is why when you see the packaging which has some innovation rather than a typical poly packaging, people are more likely to pick it up. In fact, that's what we saw is because I was handling M&A opportunities of multiple startups, we found that the packaging innovation was one of the key differentiation that they were able to bring as against a typical big company. The craftsmanship is something that people wanted to highlight, and actually it was one of the reasons why it was getting picked up from the shelf. If you go to any shelf, you'll find that there are millions of products, and how do you pick it up? Like sir also said that packaging is the first point of interaction, and that's the reason for consumer to actually pick you from the shelf. After that, the product and the back of pack label comes into picture. So definitely the different materials that are being used, which are definitely not used by a typical big company, will give you one step ahead, right? That's the starting point. And which direction you should move? Definitely it should be towards sustainability, because not only consumers are becoming a lot more conscious, even the compliance is also moving into that direction only. Like we moved from a typical poly straws to paper-based straws, and more and such we already moved out of single layer plastic. So those movements are happening. Startups should always be ahead of any other company, because that's where the innovation starts, and that's what we have picked up, that startups actually bring those changes in a small scale with the idea in place, and then other companies actually pick this up. So both from the compliance point of view as well as from the consumer point of view, I can assure you that you will have one more reason to sell your products if your product has sustainability inbuilt into that.
Yeah, sustainability is the key thing, and that is something which drives the industry now. You know, the other day when during WFI, when I was moderating a session on bakery and confectionery, I happened to ask the CEO of Britannia, say, when would you be bringing those cookies with a biodegradable package so that I can just eat the package also? I eat the biscuits with the pack, so I get a little more fiber into my system. So I'm sure, I mean, things will settle down surely. I mean, maybe 5 years down the line, you will see that happening as well. Now, TCPL has been, along with ITC, been working a lot on the millets front. So when you talk about millets, do you see any supply chain problems in millets? Because that is something that has always been discussed about. And secondly, do you think the startups in this space can help Tata or ITC in making a better product? Like, instead of you doing everything in your premises, if a startup does a primary processing at his end and gives you the millets, which are dehusked, rather than you procuring them, making, transporting them from a distance from a field to your premises and doing all by yourself. So if you feel that there's a startup who can do this for you and you give him or her some incentive to do that, are you looking at that kind of equation with the startups? Do you have anything in place or conceptualizing that?
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think very interesting question, and a space which is very close to heart at TCPL for us. In fact, our journey with millets started with the acquisition of Tata Soulful in 2021, and that's how we entered the millet space. And last year was the International Year of Millets. So TCPL focus on millets has always been there. So just to give you a brief background on how we ended up with millets, and then I'll answer your questions. So thing was, we were actually global beverages and foods separate, and we got integrated in 2020, and we became Tata Consumer Products in 2020. That's why we also chalked out our vision. And one of the vision was looking into future platforms. future horizons. So millets was one of them. So that itself warrants how important millets is for Tata consumer as well as for the industry as well as for the nation. So millets is a very strong platform for us and very important platform for us. And of course, to enter the domain, we actually acquired Tata Soulful, but where Tata Soulful was in 2021 and where we are today with Tata Soulful, the range of products that have been launched, that itself is testimony to the kind of investment we are doing behind the millet platform. And we have launched several products, and even I would say the icing to the cake would be, we have started exporting the millet products to UK, international markets. The brand is Joyful. Soulful is the India brand, the same brand, but millet muesli kind of products, granola kind of products, which are being exported. So we're taking the millets international as well. So that's the kind of focus we have. And coming to the supply chain issues, so Soulful was a startup again, so that also is testimony to the kind of support we have and kind of regards we have to the startups. So if we had to develop those kind of products in-house, it would have taken us time, right? So, but Soulful already had that kind of expertise. That's where they were a very good, they kind of brought in those kind of capabilities. Along with that, they also brought in the supply chain sourcing capability. So sourcing as such, and we are based out of south of India. Soulful plant is in Baddi, Bangalore. We have a new plant now in MP as well. So, sourcing is not a challenge as such, but yes, we also source from, again, startups only. The millet industry, as we all know, is again small scale or medium scale only today. It has not yet reached the levels of where wheat and rice are today. So again, of course, we do look up to startups to support us in sourcing our millets, especially also given the kind of demographics we have in India. Every region has a specialty millet that they have. You can't have ragi from North India, right? So you source the millets from the specific regions. So, and those regions also have the expertise in kind of handling the grains and handling the, WIP products which are being used for our production. So, definitely yes. And I hope that answers, sir. And I think you were...
My major concern in the previous session, just preceding this session, there were a lot of concerns about the raw material, the availability of raw material, because raw material is something which is a recurring cost to the company and which we require every time. Yeah. Machines are required maybe only once in 2 years or 3 years, depending on the quality of machine that you buy. Now, suppose tomorrow Tata Soulful comes out with 100% millet products. Do you think shortage of raw material in that case?
Till today, we have not had such a concern, but yes, it does fluctuate. It impacts the costs for sure. When the raw materials go, when there's a raw material shortage, the cost of the raw material does get impacted, it goes high, and of course the product margins get impacted at the end of the day. Plus even the production capacity gets impacted, right? So, and then we have to go and source from somebody who may not have the capacity or capability to give the raw material of the quality that we need. So quality plus even the source. And also about, I think you mentioned about the new kind of products that are, so for example, we have a network of supply for the millets actually, and there have been suppliers who have come up to us and even proposed to us kind of value added products like say sprouted millet flours. So that is the kind of work which startups can do and support the industry. Thank you.
Another thing I was looking at is, in case if these startups, I'll come back to my previous question. Rather than you getting the crude millets, you get the millet, DS millets there. Yeah. And these startups, they encourage the farmers to grow more millets because they get a better price for it. Yeah. So do you look, because startups would be interested, they have a connect with the farmers. There are a lot of farmers who become startups now in this particular eco-space. So they can encourage the farmers to grow more millets and quality millets. And primary processing is done at the farm level. And you give them the price for that and you start the secondary processing at your end.
Yeah, why not? That would be the best model actually. It would cut off, several layers in the supply chain as well. And of course, even the time period, right? And even it's like beneficial mutually. Definitely, that's a very good idea. And I think more than happy to hear if there are such startups as well.
So I think that's a trigger for the startups. We feel that there is a space and millet is something which is going to remain here. It's not that, it was just International Year of Millets and forgotten that. Yeah. I think I'm looking at millets something like which from the side of the plate to the middle of the plate. Yeah. In order to do that, we need to have sustenance. And sustenance sustainability will only come if you have an assured, regular raw material supply. And the issues with millets, that is the anti-nutritional compounds, or the taste, the palatability, a lot of things have been researched upon. In fact, at our institute also, we have developed products which are purely based out of millets. So there are technological advancements that have been made to do that. Yeah. Now Nestle is into commodities which have very long shelf life, is into commodities which have very short shelf life. And when you procure raw materials and the ingredients from the smaller players, the smaller manufacturers, many of which would be startups also. So what is it that you look at? You know, what kind of, and suppose you feel that the quality is not up to the mark, what kind of suggestions or feedback that you give to them so as to improve their capabilities in terms of improving their infrastructure as well as improving the overall technical capability of the thing?
Right. Yeah. I mean, yes, of course, I would not say that we partner with a lot of startups to procure our material, because the same question you said, that the production, the volume issues, because the type of volumes we go with product, it's a quite a lot. But definitely, because quality is in our DNA, I think the major issues which we face with smaller players or smaller processors is that the sourcing part, as we discussed. I mean, where they are sourcing, what all are they looking in the raw material at the end. So Nestle has a very robust kind of a checkup system, audit system, quality system, to see from contaminants to to the heavy metals to micro issues. So there are a lot of parameters which we check. Now, not every startup or every small player can have the facility to have that kind of raw material. But definitely, if there is an interesting new development we find from anyone, even if it's a startup, our quality teams and our procurement teams definitely help out those players to come to a certain level. We go and we do audits, we do find gaps, we work together to ensure that they also understand where they can get value to their product, because if they can make that worthy in quality, they could actually increase their business as well. So those kind of partnership we had, and we have many examples like that as well, where Nestle has developed those suppliers even from scratch, because they believe in them, they believe in their products as well. So that kind of step we take.
Yeah. The reason why I asked you this is because, see, you procure a lot of milk from the milk vendors, and and then I'm sure that must be the wheat that you use for the semolina that you use for your noodles are all from the farmer's field. So these startups, in fact, are a step ahead of farmer that way. Like, technologically, they're a little advanced. They've done some homework, and they've got ideas in their mind. It's only like, how to make that idea work. So is there any way, like, you incentivize the startups or the ingredient suppliers or the raw material suppliers in case if they make a better product or they do something which is ultimately giving benefit to your company? Or, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, incentive-wise, in the sense, I mean, we don't give grants or in monetary aspect that well, but there are a lot of, you mentioned milk, right? So we have partnership with a lot of, milk farmers in Punjab and Haryana as well. And actually, Nestle really helps out. I mean, the knowledge Nestle has to improve their final product at the end, where they will get value at the end, and they can also sell it to other partners. I mean, those sort of incentiveness, I would say Nestle gives. Nestle does not shy off to really share, the knowledge to them. And of course, we procure them, and we also give them that right price at the end of the day with the quality they give. So a lot of antibiotics, used in milk, we have strict methodologies, development with the farmers, educating them, how to kind of overcome and get that best milk, which we use in our Nestle Plus milk. So yeah, those sort of initiatives we take.
Now, in case if somebody comes up and says that, I have developed a chocolate, I have developed a Kit Kat, which is totally gluten-free, and this has a better taste than your chocolate, right? But I want to partner with you, and I'm ready to shake hands with you and give the technical inputs, the whatever knowledge that's required. So how would the company react to it, since you are from the innovation side?
Yeah. No, it's a good question, and I think over the years Nestle has been very open. So in last 5 years, we globally from our center in Vevey in Switzerland, we have opened up different R&D programs. So we have Nestle Youth Entrepreneurship Program. We have accelerators. So I lead the South Asia Accelerator here. So we have programs for startups, for early ideas, for early innovators, for students as well. We run a program called Nespreneur in our accelerator, which actually goes and partners with students when they have their rudimentary idea, right? And so that we don't shy off, because at the end, ideas can come from anybody, right? And it can be a great idea. And as you said, if somebody has a chocolate, gluten-free in the wafer or whatever idea which is better than us, we definitely would partner with them. We call them. Many startups come to our R&D center in Manesar. They give an open pitch to our whole center, and then we see what exactly their offer is. And then we, of course, there are mechanisms of contract and those sort of things, because obviously startups also has this thought of, okay, what I get out of it, because I have a good idea, but then if I partner with Nestle, where do I land? So those sort of things, mechanisms are there to discuss with them. But as I said, we are really open. We have this open innovation mindset, and we partner, and we have different cases recently in packaging. You are talking, so we actually there's a startup called Zero Circle. We were the first ones to have run them in our accelerator program. They make laminates out of seaweed, but are they ready to commercialize? No. But we help them to bring to that proof of concept, to that pilot scale, so that they are now working there to develop themselves in a full-fledged company. So yes, any rudimentary ideas which we see, early stage ideas which we see is good, we are open to have a discussion. Yes.
No, wonderful. An idea can change your life, and that is what I think the startups must be listening here. So Nestle is an option for you if you're looking at such kind of entrepreneurship programs. So please, touch base with him and see what best could be done together. Now, Vrinda, what is the innovation trend in the food industry? What are the trends which we see in new product development that we're getting? Where do you see as the major scope for innovation, and what are the larger trends in the industry?
Thank you, sir, for that question. Thank you, sir, for that question. I think something which is very relevant to everyone, be it a startup or be it an established organization. If you are not making products in the industry, it doesn't serve the purpose. So if I speak about the trends that have been largely around and which are actually just have been sustained, I would bucket it into 3 vectors. In fact, 4 vectors, I would say. One would be on the health and wellness platform. So health and wellness platform has actually always been there. During COVID, it picked up and it has sustained. It is still there. Now we talk about beyond health and wellness, right? We talk about maintaining good health. It's not just about preventing diseases. So health and wellness for sure. And through food and beverages, because now people don't want to have medicines per se. They want to have it through the normal food that they can have. And people today are so educated, the consumers today are so educated, they have access to so much of data online, or to even know even the groups, or even when they talk to people, they understand what is good for them and what is not good for them. So I think health and wellness for sure, that is something which is a huge, huge potential to be tapped into. I think in India we have just it's just the tip of the iceberg that we have touched. We are yet to kind of explore the entire space. It's a huge opportunity. The second I would say is premiumization. Now people are ready. The people do have, consumers do have the spending power. So even earlier we had seen, I would say 8 years back or 10 years back, it was about the mass markets. But now people, even the mass markets, they have evolved. The consumers, the demographics have changed. If you see the recent reports as well, so people are ready to pay a premium. Everybody wants to kind of, have the best that they can have, at least in terms of the food that they consume, food and beverages that they consume. The third I would say is convenience. Now convenience again, it's like a no-brainer. Given the kind of lifestyles we're having today, the kind of aspirations the youth has, especially at any age, even the midlifers or even when you say the people who are aging, they want to still do more and stay healthy and kind of have convenient food. They don't want to spend time to kind of cook food in the kitchen the way it was being done by our, elders. So convenience for sure, and even the kind of transit that you see, people travel a lot today. So convenience for sure is one major trend. It was always there, but I feel the relevance is all the more today. The fourth one I would say is sustainability. I think we touched upon it when we spoke about packaging as well as other initiatives. That also because people now are educated, they understand, and they also have they make informed choices. So the Gen Z or even the millennials, they will be questioned tomorrow, right? If our resources are depleted and if the environment is kind of impacted. So, and the entire plant-based trend was based on sustainability to start with. Yeah, so people do, especially the teenagers, they speak a lot about all of this. So even sustainability for that matter. So if the startups or even if the major industries are not cognizant of all these four vectors, I think the relevance of the products that they sell today may not be there. Those are the major trends, I would say.
So when you talk about the trends, you're talking about the ready-to-eat health and wellness products, a lot of nutraceutical products which are there in the market. So do you think an institution like NIFTM, which is an academic and R&D organization, getting plugged into with the industry so that we might even rope in a couple of startups too, who have better ideas. Like, we incubate them there, three of us, we work together, and then we develop a product. We develop a product, a package for it, with traceability, right? So do you think there is a kind of arrangement that we all three can do together and move forward, and some of the startups will becoming unicorns of tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely, sir. A very relevant and brilliant idea, I would say. So the entire purpose that we have, so what I do is called Credit Innovations at TCPL. The entire idea is to have an outside-in approach. So what you just spelled out exactly fits into that definition. So definitely open to that, but of course we have filters and it will be again kind of a journey through which both the startup as well as the institute as well as the industry will have to go through before we have a unicorn there, right? So that's one. The other bit that I would like to mention here is actually this kind of arrangement, when you have the startups, you have the academia, and you have the industry. I think that's a very beautiful arrangement in terms of, because the industry has a certain bandwidth beyond which they cannot get into certain categories or new spaces or research. So with academia and startups, you can at least have a proof of concept to a particular TRL level. And that is what would be very much relevant to the industry. And it's actually mutually beneficial that way. And definitely, yes, that's a very good idea. Yeah. And I think globally we have seen several examples where such partnerships have worked very well. So, yeah.
Adding on to what you said, I feel that academia is always required for the simple reason that you might develop a product. You do product testing, you get the market evaluation report and all that. But then the synergies between the ingredients, whether they're synergistic, whether there's an antagonism going on, that comes up, that pops up only at a later stage. Yeah. The kind of, sometimes people say, I've developed flatulence because of eating this product, though it was very good and tasty. So I think where academia can play a role is do the basic science behind it, work with the industry, and then take the product forward.
Yeah, agree to that, sir. I think you do need science as the foundation for a sustained innovation. So startups have that innovative mindset. They are the highest on the innovation level. We as an organization would be high on the business sense, and you would be high on the science base. So I think that's a very good combination to work with.
Yeah. So the marriage of idea, science, and commerce can play a very vital role. Right. Aishwarya, now, you've spread your hands far and wide, from a small tobacco major to a big, FMC major now. In the health and wellness sector, do you think, reducing, of course, when I was FSSAI, we had come out with the HFSS guidelines, but then is it really possible to come out with biscuits, the cookies, which are low in sugar, low in fat, but as palatable and with the same kind of texture as the Sunfeast of today is? So is company looking at it from there, or can we, suppose we have a solution which I would say is not full-fledged solution. We've thought about something, and maybe some of the startups also have some ideas. So can we work in that space where you have the basic protocol, you know what is to be done. We give you ideas, we do a prototyping for you here, and then you scale it up and see how it works.
Sure. So to start with the point that is it relevant, I think when we look at India, and if you look at ITC Food's journey also, we have grown so much because we were extremely focused about India. Because India is multiple Indias, and if you look at the pyramid also, you need products which are important to cater to the mass. That's where you need a basic nutrition in place. A typical biscuit, which might seem high sugar or high maida for a typical Delhi consumer. If you look at a typical D class or a rural market, it's one form of nutrition that the person is getting out of that. So it's important to cater to the bottom of pyramid and to the middle of the pyramid, and that is why it's important to have an affordable food accessible to the consumer. It's extremely important because India, while we all see over here that we are all 100% shifted to packaged food, the bottom of pyramid is moving into packaged food right now. That's a big change. It's a positive change for them to actually take rather than unhygienic food. So that is extremely important, and that is why the affordability through these low-cost products will continue to be at the core of how businesses are being driven or scaled up. That's the one part of the pyramid. The other part of pyramid is where we all sitting over here think and act, which obviously is towards low sugar, no sugar, low maida or no maida. That's why I think ITC also took a step of acquiring Yoga Bar, because we realized that there are multiple Indias, at least definitely there are two Indias. One India has to be taken care of, and that is why we built massive brands like Sunfeast, Bingo, Ashirwad and NGP. But on the other hand, we also need products which are catering to this emerging need. There, the product innovation is extremely important, because the easy fix was to have maida or oil, palm oil or sugar. But when you work on product innovation, that's when the startups comes into picture. We have been working tirelessly towards that. So both have to exist. I can't say that one should come at the cost of other. The business scale in India cannot happen just by only focusing on health on millet, because millet is scaling up right now. Just to give you an example, a typical industry in health will be around 3,000 crore. But if you look at biscuit, that is 45,000 crore. If you look at snacks, that is 45,000 crore. So scalability is extremely important in India. We all know that we have to run factories. You can't run factories with 100 tons. You need 1,000 tons. That's when economies of scale come up. That's when you scale up. So that's the business part. The second part is, yes, we need to move into that direction. We need to have portfolio. ITC also launched millet biscuits recently. I just saw a stall with 100% millet being displayed over here. That is where we should definitely have a presence. Quite delighted. I specifically asked that lady that is it 70%, 80% or 100%. She said it is 100%. That itself is a big step. But it's made in-house. You have to make it commercially viable. When you start making it commercially viable with a shelf life, the bigger issue is not to make a product. The bigger issue is to have a shelf life. Agar wo 4 mahine ka nahi hai, then it is not really going to the market. Commercialization will be definitely open for that, as long as that whole ecosystem is actually making it commercially viable. And the organizations are there to commercially fulfill the need of the consumer is the only point.
Well, Aishwarya, to give you a good news, like our institute has developed a product. They have developed cookies with 100% millet, and we have tested the shelf life also. And they're pretty palatable with a good texture.
I'm sure.
So you can, if you feel like, we can always get on and we'll onboard you and take it forward.
Sure, sure.
Now the time in hand is less, so what I'll do now is we'll just go for one question to all of you. It's a common question. And the common question is, if you look at the FSSAI's food product categories, there are 15 of them, and when I was advisor, I was a culprit to add 2 more to that. That is the vegan and Ayush Ahar. So out of the 15 categories or 17 categories that we have of the food products as per the FSSR, which categories each one of you feel are the ones which require a lot of innovations, where there is a more potential for the startups to venture into? Let me start with you, Ashwarya. Maybe one or two.
So something, I'll just pick one only. In fact, we picked a couple of trends. Like I said, I am largely from the consumer side. I try to pick up the trends which are coming from the consumer, because I believe for something which is from consumer will really do well. India is a protein deficient country. 50% of Indian population is protein deficient. I don't know how many people actually know, sitting over here, that what is the daily protein requirement. It's equal to the, just for example, it's equal to the weight. If you have 50 kg weight, you need to have 50 grams. And just calculate how much protein you will be intaking in a day. Veg or non-veg doesn't matter, you will always be protein deficient. So that is something which all of us have to work together for a healthier India. So if you ask me to pick one thing, definitely it's about that. Protein is not for gym goers, protein is for every individual. And that is something that definitely should be prioritized right now. Is the pick that I will take.
Yeah.
So I would mention again my favorite health supplements and nutraceuticals. We would like to have products there, but the challenge that we face is we cannot make some compelling claims on the pack because of course, the regulations. So that is one area I think is something. Of course, regulations are required. Otherwise, it will be like there'll be just a flood of those products in the market, and it may also be detrimental to the consumer's health. Yeah, but I think a more scientific approach to that, where even the industry and the startups can benefit, is something I would say. Yeah. That is. Yeah.
I would not say specific FSSI category. I would say more adding to Shuriya's point about protein, but more about nutrition. So more on affordability and nutrition, combining the both. Because today it's still easy to make a protein powder with a protein solution. There are many. There are ample amount of available there, but they come with a very high cost. It is not affordable for any major population to really buy it and eat every day. So 50 gram, 60 gram, 70 gram, whatever, it's very expensive. So how can the startups think about taking all these macro, micro, major ingredients and try to have an affordable solution? So that we can cater more volumes of product, and we can reach to more masses at the end, because that is the need. I'm sure, some portion of the population is already having even higher proteins than what they need, right? So it's about protein, it can be fiber, it can be also micronutrients. How can we have natural micronutrients, or fortified, biofortified, crops to that? Even how can we make also, because millets also is not that cheap at the end of the day today, because it does not have that scale like wheat and rice. There is processability issues. How can we also find ways to process them so that they retain their nutrition but also becomes affordable and convenient for the industry to also use in the product, right? So that affordable nutrition area, I would say, if startups can think of.
Is there any work being done by Tata's or ITC on reducing the glycemic index in the millets? Because millets, everybody talks about very high about millets. Millet is this, millet is that. But millets still have problems, especially when it comes to glycemic index. So are we thinking about reducing the glycemic index? Because both of you are the giants in that area.
What do you want to?
So actually, we just started our journey with acquisition of Sugar Bar and launching few products. We are focusing a lot more on scaling up, making it more accessible right now. In the background, the work is definitely happening. But if you ask me, the priority is to actually make millet more accessible to the consumer. Ride on the awareness started by the Government of India and the institutions, because that itself is a quite positive steps. So in terms of priority, the priority is to scale up right now. Definitely in the background, the work is happening.
Yes, actually. Yeah, so definitely yes, low GI products have always been there kind of because of course given the kind of levels we are in India, the Family Health Surveys throw up the numbers in terms of diabetes that the diabetic population we have in India, 1 in 3 is what they say, and some of them don't even get themselves tested and are not even aware. So low GI products for sure, and those who know about it, they of course they make a conscious choice when they choose the products, and millets being a indigenous, millets has that indigenous connotation with us. So people do kind of believe that they are healthy. And yeah, we do consider that, and happy to hear more from you if NIFTEM has some work on that. Yeah.
We're coming out with something which we'll discuss separately with you.
Okay.
But then there is, I think you've heard what industry wants, especially in this food space. So industry is looking at products which have high protein, high fiber, low sugar, low salt, low fat. So now you look for the raw materials which will give you this, and how to make combination of such raw materials in a package, in a capsule, not literally a capsule, but in a capsule that will ultimately be getting into a product. And these companies are always willing to shake hands with you on that. Now I open the floor for discussions. If you have any questions from any of our esteemed panelists, you please feel free to shoot as many questions as possible. Or is it again the post-lunch era that we are in? Effect. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Shashida. Great. You can take my mic. Maybe I can just speak. Yeah, yeah.
So the question is to all three. Joydeep, maybe we could start with you. We had discussed with the topic of shelf life on millets. Now I want to, do some crystal ball gazing here. Where do you think the shelf life problem will be solved to begin with? Would it be at the level of primary processors? Because today we all know the scales at which they work. Would millet processing, the primary part of it, be something that the giants like Tata's, Nestle's and ITC would be interested in taking up? Because again, we see that the scales are too small for you to invest in such things. So how do we crack this? I mean, we are not solving the problem at the primary processing, we are not solving it at the secondary processing. So who will bell the cat when it comes to shelf life?
Can I say you? Because because you.
We've got the solutions, by the way, but we need buyers.
So we have discussed that before. I mean, I think you know that, and I think it has. It's not the primary processors, they cannot solve it. I think it has to be a combination of the technology giants like you guys also, where you work on the machine side, the equipment side, and you have also experience in wheat, rice for many years. I think it has to be a combination. It cannot be only Nestle, who, yes, you can call us a processing industry, but at the end we sell, the finished product. We are not an ingredient company. So again, it has to be a partnership. It has to be a partnership directly, and the issue of volumes, as you say, will come out of it. At the end, why we don't use, millet is not everywhere in every product. There are challenges. Shelf life is one, taste and palatability, anti-nutritional is there. I think we need to overcome that, and then the volumes will come. Nobody dislikes a tasty product, right? And that if we can make with a good scalability, with good shelf life, where the business will also come. We cannot sell a 3 month, 1 month, like Bajra flour has a very low shelf life, 15 days to less than 1 month. It is not viable for our industry to really scale it up in many products, right? So I think it has to be a combination for me. Right? Anybody wishes to corroborate what he said?
I would just echo what Joydeep just mentioned. but primary processing also for that matter, because there are two shelf life which matter to us. One is the shelf life of the raw material and the shelf life of the product that you're giving to the consumer. For the consumer part, I think Joydeep has covered very well. But for the primary processing also is important because it impacts the shelf life, which impacts us as a processor, producer of the product. So I think science and technology interventions definitely are required in that space to help. Of course, it's a play of chemistry and technology at the end of the day. So I think both.
I'll just add on to what both of them said. See, in fact, it's more to do with the primary processing. At the level of the farmer, in case, or somebody at the startup stage, can do little bit of germination and sprouting and dry it, and you have, or you give us a machine which can straight away, it has an abrasive action that removes the husk, which has the alkaloids, anti-nutritional compounds, right? And the taste component largely comes if you just sprout it. And because the enzymes inside that, they get activated, and then there's a whole reaction which takes place. I think if that's what I wanted, that's a very good question, because that is something where the startups can work with. If they can be primary processes for them, and they give them the product, which, as he said, is bajra flour, has only 15-day shelf life. If he gets bajra flour, if ITC or Tata get bajra flour with 30-day shelf life, they can have more leverage, they can have more flexibility to have our stock with them. So I think primary processing plays a major role. Yes. Shelf life of the finished product will always be higher. Yeah. Right. I hope I have tried to answer, attempted to answer your question. Yeah, anybody else?
Any other questions that we have, we can take offline because of the paucity of time.
Yeah, we have a time constraint. So what I'll now do is, as I said that I was the one who started this, we're welcoming you all. So I'd like to thank all my esteemed panelists. I mean, it was a great learning about how industry, academia, and the startups can collaborate together. And we all know they're all unicorns. Us and you will become unicorns of tomorrow if we all shake hands together. And then it was wonderful having you all here. I think I hope you enjoyed it as much we enjoyed organizing this program. And our apologies, as the Honorable Secretary said yesterday, for any inconvenience caused to you because of the change in the venue. In fact, it was not easy for us to organize the program in Delhi at such a short notice. It's been a real challenge for us shifting the venue from 100 acres of lush green campus to this small auditorium, and where you get, you have a breathing space and you can breathe fresh air to here where you're all huddled up. But then, so thank you very much for all coming all over from different places. It was a pleasure having you all here with us. Thanks to the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, the Honorable Minister. Thanks to Invest India, have done a commendable job. Thanks to the faculty and students from NIFTM and all other the VCs, banks who've come here, and of course the industry who've been with us for last 2 days. We had a very good presence of industry, which really made a difference to the event that is today, that we are seeing today. Had industry not been there, had it only been a VCs and startups, you wouldn't have learned that much. I could see that accessibility, the kind of questions that were being put forth to the industry, they were amazing. So thank you very much. And we hope that the SUFALAM 24 was SUFALAM. And we look forward to having many more SUFALAMs in the years to come. We would like to make it a regular feature. And thank you very much, and have a safe trip back home. To getting back. Thank you.
Now I would request our Honorable Director, sir, to kindly felicitate our members, panel experts with a memento. Sir. I request the August gathering to rise up for national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे